Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, I think the next up is the government of Alberta, please.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm having an issue. I'm unable to start my video.
Okay, do you want to take a minute or do you want to, there you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister Menachino. My name is Mandy England. I'm counsel for the government of Alberta.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to just take you back to something that you said earlier in response to a question from Commission Counsel. I believe you said that Premier Kenney expressed to you that he had neither the resources nor the tools to deal with the blockades in Alberta. And I just wanted to clarify what you meant by tools. Often in this inquiry, that term has been used to refer to legislative tools or authorities, such as being able to use the criminal code. And so I was hoping you could clarify what you meant by using that word.
Yeah, that's a fair question. What I was referring to were conversations that we had at the beginning of February, where he had indicated that he needed physical tools and assets to help clear the blockade. I believe he was expressing a concern that he was having a really hard time getting access to those assets through either the RCMP or through provincial police services. So he was putting to me the suggestion that we might be able to assist him through military assets. And I'd said to him that although statutorily requests for assistance were still within my office's authorities, that they were in practice being addressed by my colleague, Minister Blair, in the new ministry that was created following the 21 election through the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness. And I took that conversation and I committed to then Premier Kenney that I would relay it to both Ministers Anand and Blair. Okay,
thank you. So you meant physical tools as opposed to legislative authority?
At that point, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. If I could I please take you to document ssm.nsc.can 403069. And this is a text. The portion that I will be reading will be a text between Zita Estravas, Minister Blair's Chief of Staff, with Mike Jones, your Chief of Staff. And you can see the date as we're scrolling is February the 6th at 8:49 p.m. And in this text, Ms. Estravas says, your DM Mike said the following: heads up, I have spoken to my Alberta counterpart and flagged that we are likely to decline the RFA, so request for assistance, as you were just mentioning, for a CAF equipment and optics and precedent and provincial authorities not fully explored reasons. She was not surprised, but said Minister McIver would want to call Minister Blair, and Mr. Jones says thanks. And so I'd just like to break down this text. The reference to your DM would have been a reference to Deputy Minister Stewart, is that correct?
That's how I read it. Can I just clarify, though, that you said Zita Estravas? I note at the top of that text chain that the initials are MJ and SK, and previously we've read text exchanges where SK was Sam Khalil. So I just thought I would offer that clarification. I'm not sure if that makes any sense to you.
It makes sense. And I should have clarified at the beginning myself. I believe it's a group chat in which all three of them were present. And so the indication with the document is that this is taken from Ms. Estravas's phone. And then it indicates at the top of her screen the other two individuals that she's texting with.
Okay.
Does that help clarify?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so would you understand the reference here to Deputy Minister Stewart? What do you understand here in terms of what that means of the reference to Deputy Minister Stewart, having said that your ministry was likely to decline the request for assistance because of optics?
Well, I'm not privy to this exchange, but it seems on the text that what's being indicated is that your DM, and so I agree with you, I infer that that is DM Stewart, said the following, and a heads up that DM Stewart has spoken to, as I interpret it, his Alberta counterpart and flagged that we, as in the federal government, are likely to decline the request for assistance for CAF equipment and optics and precedent and provincial authorities not fully explored reasons. Of all those itemized reasons, the one that I have the least insight to is the optics. And to be clear, following my conversation with Premier Kenney, I really did delegate that task to Minister Blair and his office.
And just so that we are clear on the dates here, though, this text does predate that conversation with Premier Kenney. Would that be correct? This is Sunday, February 6th, the day after the request for assistance was sent.
I have to, again, try to jig my memory. There may have been a conversation with Premier Kenney before the 6th. It was certainly at the very beginning of February. In any case, it actually seems to me to make sense that, given the sequence of events as we've been discussing them this morning, that I spoke to Premier Kenney, indicated that Minister Blair would be the lead on processing the request for assistance. And this then seems to be the follow through, if you will, of that exchange with his staff being on the email chain. The reason why Deputy Minister Stewart is there is that he is both accountable to both me and Minister Blair.
I see. And so you don't have any insight then, is what you're saying, into why Deputy Minister Stewart would have communicated to Alberta that a reason for declining the request was optics?
On the optics part, no, I was not privy to that exchange or that conversation at the time.
And did you have a concern about optics?
I had a concern about clearing Coots, and I know that Premier Kenney was expressing the impasse that he found himself in and was, I think, engaging me to encourage both Ministers Blair and Anand to strongly consider a request for assistance which would provide him with military assets. In the context of conversations that I had with Premier Kenney, he'd suggested that his provincial RCMP were saying to him that they had the appropriate equipment to remove the large commercial vehicles that had blockaded Coots since the beginning of February. So I think in essence what he was conveying to me is, look, I need help. And one of the ways in which you can help me is by looking very carefully at military assets which could help to clear the blockade in Coots. And he said he had a really hard time getting access to tow trucks that were large enough to accomplish that job.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the next reason that's given for declining the request, do you have any insight into why Deputy Minister Stewart might have said it was due to precedent?
Again, I'm extrapolating a little bit here, but I assume one of the concerns that was being weighed in the mix was that if the request for assistance was granted in the case of Alberta, that potentially others would. And again, I'm inferring a bit here, but the use of military assets is something that is done on a very exceptional basis. So I think there was a concern about potentially opening up the door to other requests to insert the military. And as you've heard, there was a lot of reluctance and restraint around resorting to military resources and authorities in the context of the blockade and the convoy.
Okay, thank you. And as noted previously, the text is sent, the letter of request was February 5th. This text is sent on February the 6th, indicating that there was a conversation at some point between the 5th and the 6th between Deputy Minister Stewart and someone from Alberta. Would it be fair? I also note that nowhere on the list of reasons does it say that the request for assistance would be denied because the CAF equipment wasn't suitable or they didn't have suitable equipment. Would it be fair to say that the communication by Deputy Minister Stewart was made before the possible CAF equipment options were fully explored?
I'm afraid I couldn't answer that. I don't know at that point exactly what Deputy Minister Stewart has said or not said to the province of Alberta. And again, owing to machinery, he would have been reporting the RFA to Minister Blair in conjunction with any dialogue that was going on to Minister Anand.
Okay, thank you. Had you discussed the suitability of CAF equipment with Mr. Anand before the evening of February the 6th?
I know we had an exchange. I know I flagged for her that Premier Kenney had engaged me to get some assistance, and that I anticipated that there would be an RFA, a request for assistance, that was submitted to us, and I anticipated that it would engage her and her authorities. So I just wanted to give her a heads up. But as to precisely what equipment was used, what was suitable to remove or clear the blockade in Coots, I would have deferred appropriately to her and the CAF's assessment about that, in conjunction with Minister Blair's responsibilities and roles around processing requests for assistance that related to CAF.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, your time is up, so if you can try and wrap up, please. Or
Okay, certainly.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm very quickly on one quick point. You're familiar with the report of the Houses of Parliament, the Emergencies Act consultations tabled February 16th, is that right?
Yes.
So I'd like to pull up ssm.can.50124 and take you to page 3, please. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of that page. Yep, right there. So we can see that there's a discussion of engagement, and under the first sub-bullet point, the Minister of Public Safety engaged with the Premier of Alberta on February 2nd and 9th, and then with the Premier and the Acting Minister of Justice and Solicitor General on February the 7th. You also engaged with the Acting Minister of Justice and Solicitor General on February 1st, 5th, and 9th. Can I confirm with you that in none of those conversations did you discuss the potential invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act with either Premier Kenney or Acting Minister Savage?
Certainly with Premier Kenney, I can confirm that. I would also note that it does confirm what I had mentioned earlier, which is that he and I had a conversation on February the 2nd, as I recalled it, which was prior to the February 6th exchange that you had pulled up earlier. So I do think that that does sit more neatly with the chronology and the sequencing of events as we described. I would say that my engagements with the then Minister of Justice and Solicitor General, Sonia Savage, very likely did not include any express references to the Emergencies Act, but I believe there would have been general references to whether or not existing tools and authorities beyond physical assets were going to be sufficient to restore public safety, and it would have been in the very general nature.
So Minister Savage's evidence as summarized in our institutional report is that you did not discuss the Federal Emergencies Act. Would that be something that you would agree with, or would you dispute that?
No, I agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'm out of time, and so perhaps I don't have time to take you to this, but there are emails and text exchanges confirming that it was the conversation on February the 7th. There's a readout and text exchanges with yourself and Minister Blair that it was on that date that you had the conversation with Premier Kenney about the tow trucks, with the agreement to relay it to Minister Blair and Minister Anand. Would that jog perhaps your recollection on the chronology of when that conversation might have taken place?
That sounds right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thanks. Next, if I could call on the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, please.
Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Cheyenne Arnold Cunningham, and I'm counsel for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. We've heard a lot today already on the topic of consultation. So we'd like to ask, did you consult or cooperate with local First Nations or Indigenous groups during the Freedom Convoy situation and or the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act?
I would say that I've had broad and ongoing conversations with representatives and leadership within First Nations and Indigenous communities in my role and in my capacity as Minister of Public Safety. I know that, in the lead up to the invocation, that a number of colleagues that sit at the table, including Ministers Miller and Haidu, are in routine and constant engagement with First Nations and Indigenous peoples and the communities. So there's a broad range of ongoing dialogue that is undertaken by representatives of the cabinet.
Okay, thank you. From a public safety viewpoint, do you think that it's important during a public order emergency event for Public Safety Canada and police services to engage with First Nations in the local territory?
I do.
So in your mandate letter dated December 2021, you were directed to implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is also known as UNDRIP. Are you familiar with Bill C-15, which came into force as federal legislation in June 2021 to adopt and implement UNDRIP?
Yes, and I would just add to that we are leveraging UNDRIP to advance important reforms within the RCMP around First Nations and Indigenous policing. And so, for example, over the last number of weeks and months in my capacity as Minister of Public Safety, I have been deeply engaged with First Nations and Indigenous and Inuit communities for the purposes of ensuring that there are more Indigenous-led public safety initiatives, including the creation of Indigenous-led police services, which are independently created. We have also are in the process of co-developing legislation that expressly recognizes that Indigenous policing is an essential service, so that we can move away from the current First Nations and Indigenous policing program-based approach to one that is more structured and enduring and uses UNDRIP and the principles of reconciliation as the anchor for a relationship between the federal government and First Nations and Indigenous policing. And then the last thing I would point out is that we are currently debating Bill C-20, which is before Parliament, which is an act that would create a new Public Complaints and Review Commission, what we are referring to as the PCRC. And we are, again, very engaged with First Nations and Indigenous communities to ensure that there is representation on that commission so that there can be appropriate civilian review and accountability in the way that we police and uphold the law in Indigenous communities.
Great, thank you so much. I'll jump off the last few points that you made there. So speaking of Bill C-20 and the work that you're doing there, would you agree then that ensuring Indigenous participation and presence on oversight bodies of the RCMP as either decision makers or complaints investigators would assist in that acceleration of RCMP reform moving forward?
I agree it's essential, and that's one of the things that we talk about in our engagements, and it's one of the reasons why we are co-developing the legislation around the recognition that Indigenous policing is an essential service. And in order to give life and breath to that principle, it means being at the table together, starting from the premise that there needs to be a recognition of the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to chart out their own courses, to implement their own priorities as it relates to public safety, including and leading up to Indigenous police services, which are self-governed. So both in that co-development exercise, as well as in Bill C-20, we are very much engaged with First Nations and Indigenous people so that they are reflected in our institutions, including when it comes to public safety.
What about the CSIS Act? Are there any plans to ensure modernization of this legislation in alignment with UNDRIP?
Well, the reforms that I'm carrying out in my capacity as Minister of Public Safety has, as part of the overarching mandate given to me by the Prime Minister, the need to adhere to the principles of reconciliation. And part of that is addressing long, enduring, systemic, structural challenges in the relationship between the federal government and Indigenous peoples that go back to the origins of colonialism. And that would apply not only to RCMP and CBSA, but right across all of my line agencies, including CSIS. So we are really trying to get at some of those inherent biases which have led to the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples interacting with the justice system, and using UNDRIP as well to make sure that we reduce and ultimately eliminate those barriers.
Okay, thank you. So in considering all the work that you're doing to implement UNDRIP and your mandate and Bill C-15, and another piece of your mandate, which is to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples to advance their rights. Considering UNDRIP's implementation, do you think that there should be then distinct considerations on CSIS and the RCMP and their ability to monitor and respond with enforcement action against nonviolent and unarmed First Nations people who engage in activism pertaining to their lawful and distinct rights, even in situations that might be perceived or profiled as being a public order event?
I do, and that's one of the reasons why it's really important as we implement these reforms that we modernize training to be culturally sensitive of Indigenous language, of Indigenous culture and tradition and Indigenous laws, and that is something that we are actively doing right now. And the hope is that by doing so, that we will create a relationship that is based on respect, on the nation-to-nation principles and values that are informed by UNDRIP. And again, this is not just with regards to the line agencies in my portfolio. This is work that has to be done right across our government.
Okay, thank you. And then in thinking about the practice of consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, and in the context of responding to a situation like the Freedom Convoy situation or public order emergency events, and looking at it in this context of a multi-jurisdictional landscape and First Nations jurisdiction and sovereignty and rights and territories, how is Public Safety Canada then now going to build in consultation and cooperation in these contexts?
By listening, and that is one of the core principles that I feel very strongly about, and my department and my officials are in frequent contact, building the relationship on the ground. I am also traveling with increasing frequency to Indigenous communities across the country to meet in person with Indigenous leaders, with residents. I recently had the chance to visit with the James Smith Cree Nation following the mass casualty there at the beginning or at the end of summer, I beg your pardon. And so that direct personal experience is meant to foster a relationship so that we can move forward with the kinds of reforms that are inspired and governed by UNDRIP and by the principles of reconciliation, which have been documented in the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, the MMIWG Calls to Justice. It's a full court press from the federal government to really move forward with those reforms, but you have to meet with people, and you have to respect that inherent right of self-government and and that inherent right of self-determination. And that includes when it comes to public safety initiatives. And I think by doing so, we can break that intergenerational trauma, that endless cycle that has seen a disproportionate number of Indigenous peoples caught up in the criminal justice system, for example. And so that is work that I am deeply committed to.
Thank you so much for your time today. Those are all of our questions. Thank you to the Commissioner as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the Canadian Constitution Foundation, please.
Commissioner, Minister, my name is Sujit Chaudhary. I'm counsel for the CCF. Minister, I'd like to begin by picking up on a comment you made, I believe, during your examination in chief, where you said there's a dialogue between civilian leadership and law enforcement professionals. And so I want to pick up on that idea in the context of your relationship with Commissioner Loki. And in the context of the convoy, I'm wondering if you could just answer, a few questions. I mean, were you getting daily briefings? Were you in frequent communication with her? If you could just give us, and I have limited time, so if you could just give us a bit of a window into what your interactions were like with her.
The short answer is yes and yes. And to give you a little bit of detail, we would have been meeting daily, on some days, multiple times through different briefings. The purpose of those interactions was to have a dialogue so that I could understand from her exactly what law enforcement was doing to restore public safety, and then ultimately in the lead up to the invocation to seek some advice so that I could then impart some advice to the government around the invocation. So these were daily and frequent conversations that I was having with the commissioner.
So when the February 7th letter came to you and the Prime Minister from Mayor Watson and Chair Deans requesting a deployment of RCMP officers, I suppose you would have delivered that letter to the commissioner then?
We certainly were in constant contact. Just to be clear, it wouldn't have necessarily been my personal responsibility to transfer it, but there was a very clear line of communication about the pressures that the Ottawa Police Service was under to muster the resources that were necessary to restore public safety. It also would have been clear to Commissioner Lucky some of the information and the feedback that I was getting from the City of Ottawa around numbers and tasking and the like. And so those conversations and that dialogue would have been occurring, yes.
And she was updating you then on her steps to respond to that request for support?
She was.
Okay. So, Mr. Registrar, if you could put up on the screen the following document, and I apologize, it's PBNSC CAN 402872 _rel.0001. And Minister, while this is coming up, this is a document that's dated on or about February 10th. And it's a memorandum of agreement between the RCMP and essentially the OPS and the OPSB about force deployments. Have you seen this document before?
I can't recall if I've seen this document specifically. I am obviously generally aware of the ongoing arrangements and agreements that were reached.
So if you could go down to page 3, please, Mr. Registrar. If you could go to clause 2.1, there you go. So as you'll see here that Article 2.1, Minister, if you could just have a quick look at this, it says that the RCMP had agreed to deploy to Ottawa up to 250 members of the RCMP in a number of different capacities. And then it suggests later down in that clause that, in that article, that provision for over 250 members can be made for with subject to mutual agreement.
Yes.
And does this seem familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just wanted to get a bit of clarification from you if you're able to. So when the RCMP was providing support here to the OPS, to the best of your knowledge, would that be not include RCMP deployments already, for example, in the parliamentary precinct or out at Rideau Cottage to protect the Prime Minister?
Well, I think that was certainly one of the issues that was raised by Mayor Watson and his staff at the time, which was that some of the numbers that were being reported were inclusive of pre-existing RCMP deployment, for example, in the precinct or for protection. And so my responsibility at that point in my capacity as Minister of Public Safety was to relay that to the commissioner to get some clarity about exactly how many we had deployed and for what purpose.
And do you recall what information came back to you?
I do. I have a general recollection that one of the concerns that the commissioner had expressed at the time was that while RCMP members were being dispatched or deployed to the city of Ottawa, that it wasn't clear to her what those taskings would be and whether or not or how exactly it would fit into the OPS's operational plan at the time. And that was the feedback that I was getting. But what was clear despite that was that we were sending RCMP and that we were open to sending more RCMP to support the city of Ottawa to restore public safety.
So if we could just call up another document, it's OPB 401014. And so, Minister Mendocino, I'm not sure if you've seen this. It's a chart of deployments by different police or law enforcement entities in Ottawa, up to and including the 12th of February. Have you seen this chart before or something similar to it?
I've not seen this chart. Sorry, who is the author of this document?
So this is a production by the Ottawa Police Board. So I'm afraid I can't give you more details about who put this together, but this is an evidence before the committee.
This is a City of Ottawa publication, is what you're saying.
It might be. It's something that was put into evidence by the Ottawa Police Board. I can't speak to them, sir, about how they generated it.
Okay, I don't recognize this document.
Okay. Well, then look, let's soldier on. So if you look under regular members, federal RCMP, yes, Mr. Registrar, thank you. It sort of says at the end of this line that 167 officers were deployed. And so were you aware of that figure on that day?
Well, setting aside the exact time frame, I am familiar with the initial figure of about 150 in that range. And again, you've heard previously that there was some ongoing back and forth on exactly how many and when, but that was one figure that had came to me early on in that range.
In that range. And so, you'd agree that on its face, it does appear that these numbers are lower than the 250 that are in the agreement I showed you.
Well, I agree that on the face of this document that is lower than 250, but again, without knowing more about the authorship or the origins of this document, it is very difficult for me to testify as to its accuracy.
And you're not able to say, and I think I know the answer, sir, but I have to do it for the record. You're not able to say of that 167, how many were at Rideau Cottage and on the parliamentary precinct?
I am not.
Okay. Minister, I'd like to just turn to another theme if I could. And so this morning you made a number of statements. You said it was virtually impossible to enforce the law in Wellington. Wellington falls within the jurisdiction of the OPS. The RCMP could not go and assert itself in Wellington to bring things under control. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Minister, were you able to, I know you're very busy, but were you able to review or be briefed on Commissioner Lookey's cross-examination last week?
I don't know that I was briefed. I may have read some general reports about it in the media.
So my co-counsel went through some issues in respect of those themes with Commissioner Lookey, and I just want to take you to what she said, if you wouldn't mind. And so this is transcript 23, Mr. Registrar, and we're on to we're going to begin at page 241. And Minister Mendocino, I know you're a member of the Law Society of Ontario, so there'll be a bit of legal questioning here.
Okay.
Great. So if you can start at line 5, super. Okay. So my colleague, Ms. Shanmuganathan, was asking questions of Commissioner Lookey. So I just want to take you through some of the back and forth, if I could. So my colleague says, my co-counsel, okay, so you'll agree that the RCMP officers have the power to enforce the criminal code, for instance, and the commissioner says yes. Then my co-counsel says, right, and they always have the power to enforce the code. It's just part of what they're allowed to do, and the commissioner says yes. And then if you could scroll down, Mr. Registrar, my co-counsel says, right, they don't need to be sort of the local police in a jurisdiction. This is a power they always have. And the commissioner says, yes. And then my colleague says, right, and there's nothing in the code, for example, that says an RCMP officer can't enforce the criminal code in one particular place. They can enforce that anywhere in Canada. And the Commissioner Lookey is not sure. And I'll let you read her response there, sir. And when you're done, let us know and I'll go to the next page. And Commissioner, I know I'm a little bit over time, but I think this is an important point. It goes to the jurisdiction on Wellington. Mr. Minister, can we go to the next page? Yes. So if you could go to page 242.
Mr. Commissioner, I just do think it is important that the Commissioner's evidence not be put that she wasn't sure, but that she articulated that that power she was describing was if you were to find committing a criminal code offense, just so the witness is not
of course
skip past that.
Of course, I didn't mean to mislead. So I take my friend's point. And so if we could just go down to my colleague's next question. So, okay, so just to use sort of a silly example, if we have an RCMP officer that's standing on Wellington Street in Ottawa and they see someone committing an offense under the criminal code, they don't need to call up the OPS to arrest the person. They could go and arrest the person themselves, and the commissioner answered yes. And so we're past time. So I just want to ask you, so that we put to the commissioner a number of questions about the scope of RCMP officers under the RCMP Act, particularly Section 18A. And do you have any reason to think that Commissioner Lookey is incorrect here?
I think she's right in saying that if any peace officer sees that the law is being broken under the criminal code, that they may they may use their common law authority to effect an arrest. But because of the important conventions around respecting jurisdiction and recognizing that, and certainly in the province of Ontario, that there are municipal police services that are set up under the Police Services Act, that they would not act unilaterally. And certainly, and I hope I'm not going too far in trying to ascertain your line of questioning here, but it would be somewhat chaotic for the RCMP to simply insert themselves unilaterally into Wellington Street and start effecting arrests without coordinating very closely with the OPS and the OPP. So that is why so much of the energy was around understanding what the operational plan is, notwithstanding that, in theory, yes, this line of questioning is correct. You know, an RCMP officer could effect an arrest if they saw the law being broken under the criminal code. Okay, well, Commissioner, I'm well over time, and thank you, Minister Mendocino.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund, JCCF, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Minister Mendocino. My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing the protesters in Windsor, Ontario. Just like to take you through two aspects today. First, some of the considerations that were made by you, Mr. Minister, in considering some of the legal alternatives other than invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the protest, and then also some specific questions about your communications with the Windsor governance structure. Just for the record, do you remember the mandate letter JCF.000000189? Just quick, I don't think we need to pull that up, but that's the mandate letter you received on December 16th of 2021 from Prime Minister Trudeau. Do you recall that letter?
Yes.
And I think on the fourth page, fifth bullet from the bottom, it mandates you to continue working with the Minister of Health and the Minister of Transport to protect the health and safety of Canadians through safe, responsible, and compassionate management of the border with the United States and other ports of entry into Canada. Do you recall that portion of your mandate?
Yes.
And so I take it that the Minister of Health and Minister of Transport, you work closely together, and that would be Minister Duclos and Minister Al-Gabrak. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that Minister Duclos is an economist by formal educational training?
Yes, with an academic background, yes.
And then you are obviously a lawyer by background and former Crown prosecutor. So with respect to the Freedom Convoy and the protest, would it be fair to say that a trucker protesting about health mandates with concerns about public safety and border concerns, that this group between the three of you as part of your mandate, you were the key ministers involved in dealing with some of the concerns raised by the convoy. Is that correct?
Well, I would say there were a number of ministries that were engaged by the convoy and the blockade. Not only my colleague ministers Al Gabra and Haidu, but equally, as you heard previously, Minister Blair under emergency preparedness, Monsieur le Ministre LeBlanc under intergovernmental affairs, and many
Understood,
others.
Minister. Sorry, just got limited time here. Yes and no answers where we can and where we need to elaborate, just as concisely as possible, please. If we could pull up a document ID pb.can.00001868. And this is from the emails that were received last night. Do you recall hearing Jason Kenney's position that the trucker vax policy is obviously just dumb political theater? Was that ever brought to your attention?
Well, I'll wait to see what the document says to refresh my memory. And sorry, who is this text exchange with or between?
If we could scroll down, so it should be the third attachment in the 6th email that was received from Mr. Brousseau last night. There it is. The trucker vax policy is obviously just dumb political theater. Calling them Nazis hasn't exactly helped. Do you recall being informed of Premier Kenney's position on this?
I recall seeing that was Minister LeBlanc's, looks like a cut and paste of what Premier Kenney had relayed to him.
Okay, and I take it you disagree with Premier Kenney's position?
Yes.
But is it true, though, that the Liberal platform in September of 2021 dealt with a mandatory vaccination policy across the entire federal service and on federally regulated transportation?
Yes, we put that to the electorate in the 21 election.
And I believe you had 33% roughly of the popular vote there. Is that correct?
Well, to the best of my recollection, yes, your number's right on that.
Okay. And so would you say then that in part this mandate or this must-do activity is rooted, at least in part, in a political or ideological purpose?
Well, it was part of, I think, two important things. First, the best available medicine, evidence, and science that we got, and it was our belief then, and it continues to be now, that vaccines were the best way out of the pandemic. And secondly, in the lead up to the 21 election, there was a very, I think, robust debate among all Canadians.
Understood, Minister. I'm trying to figure out what specific knowledge you had in dealing with the Minister of Health here. So would it be fair to say that under the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Act, you are given the responsibility of exercising leadership at a national level relating to public safety, and that the Department of Health has a similar aspect in terms of promotion and preservation of health? So what I'm trying to get at here is the separation of powers a little bit, because we did have an unprecedented emergency situation with the pandemic in Canada where some of these vaccines were pushed through very quickly. And so, perhaps by way of analogy, if there's a new peanut that's coming on the market that may have been genetically modified, it would clearly be within the purview of the Ministry of Health to assess the safety of that. But was there ever a consideration where, let's say you're now implementing a mandate that results in 90% of Canadians ingesting this product? Does that concern your mandate under public safety at all?
Well, first, there was a lot of thoughtful deliberation and research done prior to the decision of launching and implementing a national vaccine strategy. But while there is a common objective between the public safety ministry and health in protecting the health and safety of Canadians, public safety has a different mandate, which includes the law, and there are agencies under my portfolio that are responsible for upholding the law. And
Understood. So Minister, so there is a little bit of overlap, and this is, some of this overlap could have been discussed through your mandate working with the Minister of Health and Transport. Is that fair to say?
Well, there were, again, very robust communications within government throughout the pandemic and throughout the convoy, and that includes with Minister LeBlanc, Minister Algabra, Minister Duclos.
Understood. If we could pull up, Mr. Registrar, JCF 0000183. So this here's the regulatory decision summary published by Health Canada on September 16th of 2021. I believe this was the second, the purpose of this document was to transition the approval of some of these vaccines from being authorized under an interim order to being authorized under, I believe it is Schedule Division 8 of the Foods and Drugs Act. So if we could go to page 6 at the first paragraph there. It states that an important limitation of the data is the lack of information on the long-term safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. Were you made aware of this concern?
I recall being privy to conversations where there were discussions about the efficacy of vaccinations, and also how there were other considerations around the administration of them as part of an overarching health policy to deal with the pandemic.
Right, and would you also agree with me that because of the time constraints, because of the emergency situation that this rollout had to occur within, that it did not go through the regular rigorous testing that it otherwise would have? And if we could scroll to the last sentence of...
Sorry, just before you go on, I just want to be clear, I actually don't agree with that.
Which part?
The last part that you said in your question, where you asked me if I agreed,
That it was
that
more
it was
rushed.
sped up and rushed,
Okay.
and you linked it, I think, to the events of the blockade and the convoy, and I disagree with that. There was a lot of work that was done in the lead up to the rollout of the national vaccination strategy that predated the convoy.
So if we could look at page 4 of 8, was ever brought to your attention that in terms of the safety evaluation for adolescents, only 660 adolescents has aged between 12 to 15. Only 660 adolescents that had been followed for 2 months formed the basis of Health Canada's conclusion that this was safe or effective for this particular age group. And were you aware that this is one of the concerns that was being brought by the convoy?
I know that in my conversations with Minister Duclos and other colleagues who participated both at the COVID committee as well as broader cabinet, that those conversations were informed by the best available science and data in the lead up to the national vaccination strategy.
Okay, and if we can have one more document here quickly, JCF 000008187. Were you aware that at least our counterparts in the United States, that when they approved the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, they stated that they determined that an analysis of spontaneous post-marketing adverse events reported under the FDCA would not be sufficient to assess known serious risks of myocarditis and pericarditis and identify an unexpected serious risk of subclinical myocarditis, and that in fact they ordered a battery of tests requiring Pfizer to study adverse effects until at least May 31st of 2027. The question I'm trying to get at, well, were you aware of that, first of all?
I've not seen this document before.
Okay, and so my question to you is, if you're exercising leadership within the realm of public safety, and you have the statutory power to establish strategic priorities and exercise powers to initiate, recommend, coordinate, implement, or promote policy programs or projects relating to public safety, was there ever any consideration of initiating a review, perhaps, of some of these safety concerns? Because I understand that other countries had limited the use of some of these vaccines for under age 18 or under age 30, and that perhaps by exercising some of those powers leading up to the entrenchment of the convoy, or even, as late as
To bring it to a question, please.
the 13th, did you ever consider ordering or initiating additional tests to satisfy the concerns of some of these protesters?
That would not have been within my mandate. My mandate was to make sure that we protected public safety through the enforcement of the law, and this is a commission inquiry about the circumstances that led to it. I'm not saying your question is irrelevant. I'm saying that would be a question that would be best put to the Minister of Health.
And was there any discussion between you and the Minister of Health about perhaps engaging proactively in some of these additional studies to alleviate some concerns of Canadians?
Well, throughout the circumstances of the blockade and occupation, I was in touch with all of my colleagues in cabinet, including Minister Duclos.
Okay. And I understand I'm running out of time here, but just quickly, a couple.
You have run out of time, so you're going to have to focus here.
Understood. Can we pull up document WIN 00002295? I believe these are text messages between you and Mayor Drew Dilkens. First, I'd like to take a look at page 4, and this question was put to Mayor Dilkens earlier. With respect to OPP resources, so just waiting for Mr. Registrar here. Page 4, so is it your it appears that it's your understanding on February 9th at 7:35 p.m. that Chief Mizuno had not requested any additional police officers from the OPP. Was that your understanding? And if so, where did you attain that understanding?
This exchange is about trying to clear up what I think is a miscommunication or a misunderstanding between different levels of enforcement and the City of Windsor. And so what I'm really trying to get to the bottom of there is whether or not additional help had been turned down by the City of Windsor.
But it says apparently your police chief just told. So the question is, where did you ascertain that belief or that understanding?
I am trying to recall whether or not that was information that I got either directly from Commissioner Lucky or from other sources. Off the top of my head, I can't say.
Okay, and lastly, just on page 20 here, last question here, Mr. Commissioner. So on February 14th at 11:57 a.m. says that to the extent you, so here being Mr. Dilkens, you can be supportive of any additional authorities that gets Windsor the resources you need to keep the bridge open, people safe, that would be great. Is it your understanding that Drew Dilkens, Mayor Drew Dilkens, invoked the citywide emergency before or after this text message?
Off the top of my head, can't recall. But I know first that the Ontario government had declared a state of emergency on the Friday before, which would have been, I'm just doing.
So I think on the 14th, the
yeah.
City of Windsor declared an emergency by order
Same
of the mayor,
day.
correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right. But
Don't recall.
But yeah, the Ontario government had declared the Friday before.
Okay, and last one here, where you reference resources. Do these resources include money?
He and I and other representatives of the government have had a conversation around potential compensation for losses suffered to businesses and residents arising out of the blockade. Yes.
Understood. Okay. And I'm out of time, so thank you for the indulgence. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, the CCLA, please.
Good afternoon, Minister Mendicino. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask you about an area that we haven't really talked about, and I'm going to ask for a document to be pulled up. And I have to apologize. I didn't ask for this document in advance, but I don't think it'll be controversial. It's just the Emergency Measures Regulation. It's COM 50854. And I think you've probably given some of the clearest testimony we've heard about this issue of the separation of church and state, the relationship between law enforcement and government. And I think what you've said is that there needs to be good lines of communication open. but that it's not government's role to direct the police and what to do in an operational sense. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the case of the Emergencies Act and the enactment of these emergency measures regulations, would you agree with me that ultimately what these regulations do is empower law enforcement, give law enforcement more tools in which to exercise their authorities and discretion?
I would agree and just add tools that otherwise don't exist in any other law.
Right. And in the case of, we won't pull them up, but the other side of this, the economic measures that were enacted, in that case, it empowered both law enforcement and financial institutions with new powers.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that although this is a formal way of doing this, by using the extraordinary step of invoking the act, this is a very clear message being sent by government to law enforcement about what the law that needs to be enforced is right now. In this moment, these are the laws that we need to be enforced, and we need you to enforce them.
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, thank you. I think it's the third page. Sorry, next page. A little bit further. Okay, so there's a definition of critical infrastructure, and then keep scrolling, please. So stop right here, thank you. So this is the prohibition on public assembly, and I know you said in examination by Commission Counsel, you talked about your concerns about some of the protesters and their links to extremist groups, but you also said a few times that there were a large number of people there who were there to exercise their lawful rights to protest. Is that
Yes,
fair?
it is.
And that, in fact, I think you said there were thousands who were there for legitimate and lawful purposes.
I mean, that was my lay estimation, but I believe that there were many Canadians who were commingled with other elements of the occupation and the blockade, who were there to express legitimate differences of opinions and views as it related to federal government policy.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know when the government made the announcement about the use of the act and what orders would be enacted, it talked about the measures being time limited because there is an expiration date, so to speak,
Yes.
on the use. It also talked about the measures being proportional.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the definition of a public assembly, which is prohibited, and if we can scroll down so you can see the whole thing, maybe we can just make it a bit smaller so that it'll all fit. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So a person can't participate in a public assembly that may reasonably be expected to lead to a breach of the peace by the serious disruption of the movement of persons or goods or the serious interference with trade. Let's just stop at that one. You might be aware, as an MP coming from the province of Ontario, that we've had some labor strikes and threats of labor strikes in the last couple of weeks. Would you agree with me that during the existence of these orders, a strike would likely be contrary to these orders? Well,
I do think that we need to be very careful and circumscribed in defining what the powers are. So the prohibition of public assembly, as it is itemized under the regs, does direct that people can't be part of a public assembly that may be reasonably expected to lead to a breach of the peace by the serious disruption of the movement of persons or goods or the serious interference with trade. Let me pause there and say that that is directly responsive in part to CBSA's concerns around the lack of authority to clear roads adjacent to critical infrastructure in the form of the border. And you can draw a straight line to the rationale for that power. That having been said, in addition to that, the regs still have to comply with the Emergencies Act, which is the parenting statute. And what that says is that, yes, all of the individual rights that are there around freedom of assembly, including the right to protest, are preserved, so long as you do not then cross the boundary into activity which could pose a threat of serious violence. And that is the delineating limitation to how it is that we both protect charter rights while at the same time giving circumscribed, targeted powers to restore public safety. So you have to read this provision, in my opinion, in conjunction with the parroting statute.
Okay, but I mean, this definition is what law enforcement is going to use when they go out and decide whether someone is in violation of the order. And this is the document that perhaps a very diligent citizen would look to find out what is permitted. Is that fair?
It is, but we count on law enforcement to interpret the law correctly. And as part of the rolling out of these regulations and these circumscribed powers, it would have been part of the plan to implement that there is a respect for the right to lawful assembly. In any event, by the time these regs had come into force, certainly it was clear to those who were still there that law enforcement had directed, government officials had directed that this was no longer lawful because it was no longer safe.
Understood. So I'm not so concerned about whether there was a question that this applied to, for example, Wellington Street. I'm concerned about whether there was a question about where else this might have applied and the potential that it might have applied to a range of other places. Would you agree with me that there's nothing in these orders that geographically restricts their scope? There's nothing that says they're confined to Ontario or they're confined to border crossings?
I think by inference, you could say that certainly under sub 2(1) and the subparagraph A, that there are, there is some geographic circumscription there, in that there are a limited number of places where you can seriously disrupt the movement of persons or goods or the serious interference with trade. And I think the border would be one.
Okay. I want to just move to one other area. You mentioned in your testimony when you were being questioned by Commission Counsel, and I think this is the first that we've heard about this, that, and I think you said it was on the 13th. This was when Commission Counsel took you to the email from Commissioner Lucky that laid out sort of the current status of things. You talked about a private conversation that you had with Commissioner Lucky where she told you about the situation in Coots and shared her concerns. And I think you said that was a threshold moment for you. And I appreciate that that would be a frightening set of circumstances to hear about. The timeline of events is that we have the IRG on the 13th in the afternoon, and then the cabinet meeting the evening of the 13th. And then on the morning of the 14th, the First Minister's meeting, and then the act is invoked. First of all, there's no cabinet meeting between the First Minister's meeting and the invocation of the act. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. The morning of the 14th, I think you would have learned that the Ambassador Bridge blockade had been cleared, and that arrests had been made, and that police had executed a safe operation in Coots leading to arrests.
That was true, but I would add that there were reports of flare-ups. There was an exchange between the mayor and I. There were also public reports following that and some information that we had received in subsequent briefings about the threat of the blockade coming back to the Ambassador Bridge. I would point out that it was a recurring theme over those 2 weeks, that progress was not linear, that it was very much a whack-a-mole kind of dynamic. And the idea was not only to restore public safety, but to maintain it. And the objective of invoking the Emergencies Act was to maintain law and order, to stop the whack-a-mole. Understood.
I know you said in your testimony to Commission Counsel that one of the concerns about Coots was that it could lead to a chain reaction. But would you agree with me that that didn't happen? That when the arrests were made in Coots, actually many of the other protesters decided to leave because they actually weren't comfortable being associated with that level of violence. They had different goals. And once they learned that that's what was going on, they decided to voluntarily leave.
I agree, and I was relieved, but I was also dealing with the best information available to me at the time and surveying the landscape and being mindful that there were reports of guns and firearms that were at present at other locations, and not knowing exactly how it was that the operation in Coutts was going to play out at that time, and bearing in mind the sensitivities, the fact that the situation was combustible, that the individuals that were involved in Coutts were prepared to go down with a fight that could lead to the loss of life. That if that had happened and that occurred, it still remains an open question in my mind as to whether or not it would have triggered other events across the country. And so that's why in my mind, it was very much, it was a threshold moment.
Okay, I understand. I think I understand what you're saying, and I know I'm out of time. I just want to just clarify. I understand you're saying if that had happened, but would you agree with me that the arrests happened in Coutts and that didn't happen? What happened was that people decided to voluntarily leave Coutts, and that situation, at least that particular location, was resolved for the time being.
I think you may be putting it a little optimistically. I know that after the Coutts takedown, that there were still engagements there. I do agree that that things did start to dissipate and disengage in Coutts, but I also recall that people were still very much dug in other parts of the country, including here in the nation's capital.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Commissioner.
Next, call on the City of Windsor, please.
Mr. Commissioner, if I could just ask if I don't know if people still use the expression "the division bells are ringing."
Oh, so we need a short break?
Yes, unfortunately, the timing won't be precise, but it would be timely now to break if we want to do it in between examiners, because it appears that otherwise it would be right in the middle of the next examination.
Okay, so we'll take 10 minutes. Is that all that's needed, or is it longer?
We would hope that 10 minutes is all that's needed. We're just at the end of question period, and so we'll alert if it'll be any longer than that.
Okay, well, we'll take a 10-minute break. If it needs to be more, please.
Thanks, Your Honor. Otherwise, you'd have to watch me vote digitally. And
I'm not sure I'd be allowed to do that.
The commission is in recess for 10 minutes. La commission est levée pour 10 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. So I guess where were we at? Oh, no, but that counts. I called you already, so the time is.
Commissioner Alyssa Tompkins for the City of Ottawa. I'm very sad because the witness, in fact, once taught me cross-examination for a week at intensive trial advocacy, and I was desperately hoping to try out an impeachment on him, but my areas of questioning have all been canvassed, so I'm going to cede my time to the City of Windsor, and I just wanted to let her know before she starts.
Well, I'm going to change my end time.
Can I take a moment, though, to make a point? Tomorrow, we have a very full day. We will have a presentation on the public input. We have 3 witnesses, 3 ministers. You may have already received the allocation of time. The allocation of time is arguably brutal. I won't have much flexibility given the amount of time. So I would strongly urge that council talk amongst themselves. If you want to have a longer period of cross-examination with some of the witnesses that are limited to 5 minutes, try and work out a deal a bit like this one to have a longer period, because I know 5 minutes is hard to make a point in 5 minutes. I understand that, but I mean, we're bound by the time limits we have. So there are a long list of 5-minute people, and some may be willing to coordinate or allow. So I mention it so that you have time to do it, maybe at the break. Obviously, totally up to you. I've had to allocate for essentially everyone who asked, but the allocation is I recognize small, and I'm simply signaling that given tomorrow's schedule, it's going to be hard to be flexible. So thanks for giving me that opportunity, but I think it's important, and I'd like you to think about it. Again, it's up to you, obviously, but my interest is that people who want to get at an important point with any one of the 3 witnesses have the time. Okay, with that, you have fresh time. We'll start from 0. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. It's still afternoon, Minister. My name is Jennifer King. I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So yesterday, Minister Blair testified about the responsibility of all 3 orders of government to communicate and cooperate in responding to an event like the protests earlier this year. Do you agree with him that that's important?
Yes.
Yes. Minister, you and your staff had excellent communication with the City of Windsor, right?
Yes.
Mayor Dilkens texted you immediately after first learning of the potential of the slow roll, the potential of blocking the bridge when he learned that from the Chief of Police on February the 4th, right?
Yes.
And he kept in regular contact with you throughout.
He did.
And are you aware that once the blockade commenced, Mayor Dilkens' Chief of Staff was in contact with his counterparts at the federal government, including your Chief of Staff, Mike Jones?
Yes.
And for example, on February 8th, he told Mike Jones that Windsor Police had put in a request through policing channels for policing resources, right?
That's right.
And he specifically told your Chief of Staff that the Chief of Police had asked for public order personnel, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So early on, you were aware that Windsor Police Services required resources, specifically public order resources.
Yes, that's my recollection.
And in fact, you assisted in amplifying that message to Commissioner Lucky.
I did.
So Windsor provided you and your ministry with important and timely updates throughout, before, during, and after the blockades.
Yes.
And you use this information from Windsor in your work at the federal level to respond to the blockades?
Yes.
Did the protests this year then reinforce your view of the value of the importance of two-way communication and collaboration between the federal government and border municipalities with respect to the protection of border infrastructure?
It really did, and especially because of the many unique aspects of this particular public order event.
Minister Blair yesterday told us that the police operation in Windsor was a success. Do you agree?
I think on the whole, yes.
Windsor Police required an influx of policing resources that we just talked about and hard assets to respond to the event.
Yes.
Last week, we heard evidence from Deputy Minister Keenan and Mr. Osovsky, the former president of the CBSA, regarding federal authority over the bridge. Were you able to listen to that testimony?
I'm afraid I was not, sorry.
Okay. Well, I reviewed a CBSA document with Mr. Osovsky, and he confirmed that CBSA officers are not designated to enforce criminal arrest provisions and cannot directly engage in enforcement operations at prohibited public assemblies, even if they're on the bridge. Do you agree with him?
Well, there were definitely gaps, and there are very specific mandated powers that are afforded to CBSA officers for the purposes of administering other statutes, for example, customs and the like. But one of the main concerns, there were two main concerns, in addition to the one that you've mentioned that he raised with me and with other cabinet colleagues, that was preventing foreign nationals where there were grounds to believe that they may support the blockade or the occupation. And secondly, the lack of authority to clear the roads leading to the bridge, which I think is very much in relationship to the point that you made.
Well, they didn't have that authority even on the bridge, did they?
There are limitations as to how far they can go, and certainly if there are criminal charges or if there's criminal conduct that is occurring on the bridge itself, they would have peace officer authorities to facilitate restoring control. That's one of the reasons why CBSA officers were ultimately granted the right to hold firearms, but ultimately they would pass those investigations on to local police of jurisdiction.
Right. So Mr. Osovsky told us that for any protest activity, even if it was occurring on the Ambassador Bridge or in the plaza, the CBSA would rely on the police of jurisdiction.
There were limitations to the authorities, yes.
Right. And so it would be Windsor Police that would respond.
It depends on which side of the bridge. So if it was on the Canadian side, then yes, then I would assume he would have reported those to the Windsor Police.
Right. And Mr. Osovsky confirmed that even after the Emergencies Act was invoked, the new Emergencies Act didn't change these authorities. And in fact, CBSA officers were directed not to directly engage in enforcement operations at prohibited public assemblies, whether on or off the bridge. Were you aware of that?
That sounds generally consistent with my recollection, although there were other powers that we did afford under the Emergencies Act that were responsive to the gaps that John Osowski, as the then president of the CBSA, had identified.
Okay. So there is significant reliance on Windsor's police force to protect this piece of national infrastructure, right?
Yes.
And therefore, there's a significant reliance on Windsor and its taxpayers to protect this border crossing, since they're ultimately responsible to fund Windsor's police force.
No question about it. And here on Church Road, which it begins where the 401 ends as you're driving west into town, takes you right to the entry to the port of entry that then crosses into Detroit. So yes, the people of Windsor very much, and the city administration, the police service, very much share the responsibility of maintaining public safety.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the issue of what respective authorities are available to the police of jurisdiction and to federal authorities at a port of entry should be understood and planned in advance so as to avoid any confusion over jurisdiction and roles during an event like this?
I think that's a fair statement. And indeed, during the course of my conversations with Mayor Dilkins at the time, I did foreshadow that we may have to consider how it is that we maintain jurisdiction in the roads leading into the borders, certainly immediately adjacent to, so that the federal government could properly play a role in maintaining those critical supply chains that were compromised and ultimately blocked for extended periods of time, not only in Windsor, but across the country. So yes, I do think that that is an issue that merits conversation.
And this planning should include who's responsible for those resources, right?
I think that it goes hand in glove. I think if you are going to talk about expanding the jurisdiction of the CBA to, let's say, roads which are otherwise provincial highways, that is a conversation that has to occur with other levels of government, municipal authorities. And then if you're going to make any recalibration there, you're going to have to make sure that CBSA have the resources to enforce as well, or at a minimum, engage in some kind of an understanding or an agreement with different levels of government and enforcement to make sure that we can protect our critical infrastructure, including our borders.
And you'd agree that that plan should also include plans to protect the community that's around that critical infrastructure?
Yes.
So I'll have a couple more questions about planning, but as a bit of an aside, in Windsor, RCMP are not the police of jurisdiction, right?
That's correct.
We heard from Commissioner Lucky last week that the RCMP O Division has a detachment in Windsor. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
She wasn't sure how many officers are there in Windsor. Minister Mendicino, do you know how many RCMP officers are in Windsor?
I know that my best recollection is that we deployed approximately 75, I believe, or 100 RCMP officers. That's my recollection off the top of my head. I don't know how many are permanently stationed there at O.
So are you aware, Minister Mendicino, that shortly after the successful police operation, Windsor representatives, including Mayor Dilkens and others, started asking all three levels of government to sit down and develop a long-term sustainable framework to protect critical infrastructure?
I don't actually have a specific recollection of that conversation being started, but I wholeheartedly endorse the idea, and I think it's a good initiative.
Okay, so I just want to take a little bit of time on that. Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up SSM CAN 406251 and scroll to page 4. Hopefully I have the right reference. Minister, this is a readout of a call that you had with Mayor Dilkens and MP Massey on February the 18th. I expect this was a busy time for you, as we've already heard. But you had a call with Mayor Dilkens and MP Massey. Do you recall this call?
Yes.
And so the readout, if you scroll up a little bit, Mr. Clerk, was sent to a number of recipients, including Katie Telford and Brian Clow, and they're of the Prime Minister's office?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see, you can't see the color on this, but the summary or the highlights at the top included that MP Massey highlighted the desire for a comprehensive plan with redundancies to prevent this from happening again.
Yes.
So here's an example of a Windsor representative saying right off the bat, we need a plan. And if you could scroll to page 5, in the middle of the page, you'll see some notes of Mayor Dilkens' comments. And he notes that the current set of Jersey barriers and police support is important, but is incredibly resource intensive and disruptive to the community, both small businesses and the University of Windsor. And do you agree with him?
I would, and in fact, I visited the community there, including some of the small businesses along Huron Line Church, and the barriers impeded access to them, and that's one of the losses that the community suffered. So I think Mayor Dilkens was highlighting one of the issues that if they were going to use Jersey barriers to prevent the blockade from forming or reforming, that they then had to also consider what impact that was going to have on the local community, including some of the smaller businesses that dot along the Huron Church line.
Right, and you'll see that Brian Massey, if you scroll down a little bit, MP Massey indicates that this plan must include how to respond as a community and how to support small business. So that's consistent with what you've just said.
Yes.
Did you take any steps following this meeting to work with Windsor and the province on this plan?
Well, as you pointed out, I maintain frequent contact with Mayor Dilkens, as I do with many municipal counterparts and provincial counterparts. And we have spoken about the ongoing ways in which we can support Windsor, not only with respect to thoughtful planning around avoiding a similar type of blockade from interrupting not only trade and commerce, but the very strong people-to-people ties. You have so many families who go back and forth over that bridge every single day, and this blockade completely interrupted that. And I was very sympathetic then, and remain now to the trauma and the loss that caused the residents of Windsor. But in addition to that, we've had ongoing discussions around how we can compensate them for the losses during the blockade, I should add. I'm sorry.
Mr. Clerk, if you could please pull up WIN 402240. I take it you might not have seen this recently, Minister Mendicino, but we have been discussing this letter a bit over the course of this hearing. I did show this letter to Minister Blair yesterday. And So the commission has heard that Mayor Dilkens wrote to you, Minister Blair, and former Solicitor General Jones on March the 17th. Do you recall receiving this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And he's asked you again to sit down and plan. What did you do with this letter on receipt?
Well, I would say informally, certainly, I keep strong lines of communication with Mayor Dilkens. We've spoken on many numerous occasions since March 17, 22 by text. When I visit the community there, I make a point of trying to check in. And I would say, there remains a commitment from the federal level of government to action the letter.
Okay. And so just taking a few moments to talk about the lessons that we've learned from the protests to better protect border infrastructure in the communities they're in, would you agree with me that planning processes to protect border infrastructure must include municipalities like Windsor?
I think it must include every level of government. I think it must also include, and that is obviously inclusive of the city of Windsor and other border communities as well. I also think it should include, obviously, law enforcement and the CBSA, who play an essential role in maintaining the integrity and the security of our borders. And I think it should also include a number of the other residents and local businesses who are clearly impacted as a result of people and vehicular traffic flow.
Okay. Now, we spoke earlier about the importance of two-way communications. What are you doing to ensure collaborative two-way communication between your ministry, which I understand is responsible for critical infrastructure, and municipalities with critical infrastructure in their borders?
Well, one, maintaining direct bilateral contact with my municipal counterparts, including Mayor Dilkens. I would say, secondly, making sure that as we discuss the lessons to be taken from this, that we get advice from law enforcement. So CBSA, as I said earlier, would play a very important role. And then, building as well into the discussion, essentially the provinces, including Ontario, so that we are all really focused on how it is that we can insulate ourselves from a similar type of event. And I think that this particular public order emergency demonstrated what's at stake, especially around a critical port of entry like Windsor, where you're talking about not only economic impacts, which have a huge knock-on effect, but just the critical supply chains around food, around fuel, around healthcare supplies. That is a vital artery, not only for Canada, but equally for the United States, which, as I described earlier, is one of the reasons why Secretary Mayorkas had engaged me in the height of the blockades.
Thank you for your answers.
Okay, next call on the convoy organizers, please.
Thank you, sir. And just before I start, I apologize for talking over you earlier today.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brendan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the entity that represents the protesters that were here in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. So, sir, you're a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And before you were a politician, you were a Crown prosecutor, is that correct?
Yes.
And you worked for Public Prosecution Services Canada, right?
Yes.
And you worked for Public Prosecution Services Canada for a period of 10 years, is that correct?
That's right.
And you prosecuted terrorism cases, right?
I prosecuted terrorism cases as well as other types of cases, including the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and other federal statutes. So it wasn't just limited to cases involving national security. There were a broad range of cases that I prosecuted.
And you agree that in prosecuting the terrorism cases, you had to become intimately familiar with national security law, fair to say?
I had to become familiar with the principles around national security, the Anti-Terrorism Act, other statutes that would have implicated national security. Yes, the CSIS Act would be another act as well.
And so included in your knowledge would be the CSIS Act?
Yes.
Right? And that would also, including your knowledge, would be the Canada Evidence Act provisions protecting national security as well as criminal investigation information. Is that fair?
Sorry, could you just repeat that last question?
Your intimate knowledge and knowledge as a prosecutor and what you were doing. It would also include the provisions in the case law with respect to the Canada Evidence Act provisions protecting national security as well as criminal investigation information.
Yes, it would.
And as a lawyer, of course, before you testified here today in these proceedings, I take it that you knew you needed to be prepared to testify?
Yes.
And in preparing to testify here today, I assume you reviewed many records and as many as possible.
I spent a fair bit of time, yes, reviewing the documents that were prepared for me in anticipation of this testimony.
Right. And I'm sure you reviewed the numerous statements that you made in public and to Canadians with respect to the protests in Ottawa, as well as the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
I would have done that, yes.
And with respect to preparing for this hearing, and again, as a lawyer, I take it you probably watched all of the evidence given yesterday by the Director of CSIST and Minister Blair. Is that fair?
Well, in fact, no, I did not watch the evidence yesterday. In real time, I would have caught some of the headlines and some of the clips, but I was not watching the evidence yesterday. During the day, I have a number of engagements, even on Mondays. So yes, I was not able to watch the evidence in real time yesterday.
So yesterday, we had a discussion. I had questioned the Director of CSIS. And I asked him the following questions. This is just from the transcript. And I asked him, are you aware of a company called Enterprise Canada? And his answer was not specifically no. And then I asked him, and have you identified the individual, the one that is, he was all over the news, the gentleman that was carrying the Nazi flag? Have you identified him yet? And Mr. Vignon responded, said, Mr. Commissioner, as I said before, the specific details of our investigation have been shared, with the commission earlier. I would not be able to go into more specific detail. Were you aware that he said that?
I was not aware that he said that, and I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Well, now I take it that as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of a man carrying a flag in public who is photographed in public is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. Can you agree with that?
I'm sorry. I really don't understand the nature of the question. Could you repeat it?
So I take it that as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of a man carrying a flag in public who has been photographed in public is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You know that.
You're suggesting that the identity of an individual is not protected by national security laws? This is what you're asking me?
I'm saying that the identity of an individual whose picture has been taken carrying the Nazi flag in public by someone in the public and posted online, the identity of that person, who he is not protected by national security law, is it?
I have no idea of if you're talking about a hypothetical or if you're talking about a real example. I mean, this is a completely abstract question.
Mr. Clerk, if you could bring up the one document, please.
Yeah, just for record, it's POE HRF 18.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the individual I'm talking about. It was all over the news. And we've been trying to figure out who he is, and we think we have. Now, again, in looking at this picture, it was posted online, it was in the news, everywhere. And when I asked the director of CSIS about his identity, he didn't say he didn't know. He invoked national security law. But I take it, as a former prosecutor with the Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of this man carrying the Nazi flag in public who is photographed in public is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You know that.
Mr. Commissioner, I have an objection to state with respect to the nature of this questioning. In my submission, the placing of this photograph again before the witness in light of the evidence given to date is an abuse of the process of the public hearing process, and that the purpose of my friend putting this document up on the screen is not a good faith purpose. It is apparently for the purpose of asserting claims in order to associate them with the credibility of this public hearing process and distract from the fact-finding process that the important work of this inquiry surrounds. In my submission, there needs to be a good faith basis for the questions put to the witnesses, and this is a further example of what my friend is seeking to do that is not directed to the fact-finding process of this inquiry respectfully, but to injecting this photograph and other documents into the public light so that they may be commented on, taking advantage of the privileged forum in which my friend is speaking and making assertions to which witnesses repeatedly have had no evidence to give, and there could be no reasonable expectation that they would have relevant evidence to give in response.
Of course, we filed an affidavit.
I'd ask to finish my objection, which I'm almost complete. In my submission, the Commission must respectfully insist that participation be conducted in good faith by those who have been given the right of audience in the form of full party standing and for whom public funding has been recommended for the purposes of enabling their participation to serve the objects of the Commission and their clients' interests. I object to this line of questioning.
Okay. Yes.
Sir, as you know, we filed an affidavit from an individual who identified this man. And the man is Mr. Brian Fox, according to that affidavit. He met him when he was doing, that photo was taken around the same time. He talked to him. He's been identified. There's an application before this commission to call Mr. Fox, as well as to allow our witness, Mr. Sean Folks, to testify. And it is clear, frankly, from the lack of answer and from the objection, that the witness here needs to answer this question. And subject to any questions, sir, those are my submissions.
Okay, well, just going back, I suspect you may be functioning under a misapprehension with respect to the testimony of Mr. Vigneault, but that's a different issue which we can get back to, because I think you've misunderstood his answer. So that's something which maybe could be cleared up. With respect to the question, I'll let you continue this. However, the outstanding motion that you've referred to has not been ruled on, and the evidence that you're proposing to tender is not in the public record. So that is not an appropriate, if you like, an appropriate representation at this stage. So, but I'll let you ask the question. I have, because of the outstanding motion at the moment.
Right. So, sir, now again, I take it, you know, as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of that man.
Can I just interrupt you? If you could just read what the question was to Mr. Vigneault again.
Question, right. Are you aware of a company called Enterprise Canada? Mr. Vigneault, not specifically, no. Question, and have you identified the individual, the one that is there? He was all over the news, the gentleman that was carrying the Nazi flag. Have you identified him yet? Mr. Commissioner, as I said before, the specific details of our investigation have been shared, you know, with the commission earlier. I would not be able to go into more specific details, and then I tried to get him to identify that it was the individual, and I was cut off.
Yeah, so I just want to, my understanding to try and assist is that CSIS will neither confirm or deny that they're investigating that, because that's all secret. So what he's answering there is not a refusal to identify, not a refusal to answer. It's because their job is to do investigations. They do not answer those questions. That's my understanding. So I just want to clear that up.
Yeah.
So it isn't that Mr. Vigneault was trying to
No.
So,
Okay.
so I think for the record, that's important and it may assist you. Now, I don't know if Commission Counsel wants to add or whether I've misstated it.
Okay.
To assist Mr. Miller, and as someone who's encountered over about 30 years similar refusals to answer questions on the basis of national security, I sympathize with his plight. But it is exactly as you described, Mr. Commissioner, the representative of CSIS or another national security officer is typically saying, I refuse to admit or deny, I refuse to acknowledge or disclaim, et cetera. They're not saying one way or another. They're just saying that as a matter of national security, they can't take a position on it.
Okay. And so if I may ask my question, now I take it that you know, as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of the man that was in the photo carrying a flag in public is a photograph in public and is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You're aware of that?
I have no idea what this photo is, who the person depicted in that photo is, or any of the other circumstances. This is the first time I have seen this photo produced.
You're aware and you know that Mr. Brian Fox was the individual who was walking around in downtown Ottawa carrying a Nazi flag on January 29th, 2022, don't you?
No.
Now, are you aware that Freedom Corp, and you've already heard, has applied to have Mr. Fox testify?
In the commission here? Is
Yes.
that where the application is? I am not aware of that.
Okay. And you're aware of the company Enterprise Group, is that right?
I believe I have heard of it.
Enterprise Canada.
Yes.
And they do work for the Liberal Party of Canada, is that right?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No.
Weren't they working for the Liberal Party of Canada and political staffers and staff in January and February of 2022?
I don't know.
And I take it you know who local Ottawa freelance photographer David Chan is?
No.
You don't know that David Chan was the official photographer for the Prime Minister, Paul Martin? You didn't know that?
No, I don't know this individual.
And you didn't know that Paul Chan still does freelance work for the Prime Minister Trudeau?
I'm
Okay. And you're not aware that Mr. Chan was the individual who took the photos of the person with carrying the Confederate flag?
You put it as a question. You're trying to make all kinds of
Okay.
statements that are of no assistance to the
Okay,
commission
so
or
I'll-
to this witness.
I will just ask, so are you aware that Katie Telford, the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister, has a relationship with Enterprise Group and their staff?
No, I am not aware.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you then about your statements. You had said after and during the invocation, we are listening to law enforcement. According to law enforcement, we need the Emergencies Act. You said that, correct?
Yes.
Right, but law enforcement didn't advise you they needed the Emergencies Act, did they?
Well, I think as you've heard me explain today, I had every reason to believe that law enforcement was supportive and requested the Emergencies Act through the tools that could only be granted through that statute. I've identified the briefings that we received from law enforcement where they identified the gaps in existing authorities and can draw a straight line between the tools that were proposed to us from the RCMP, from the CBSA, to the regulations which then prescribed them, which were then invoked and which were then used to restore public safety.
And you agree that you stated that the Emergencies Act was instrumental in addressing the blockades at ports of entry. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
But the Emergencies Act wasn't used to remove any of the protesters in any blocks of entry or ports of entry. You're aware?
Well, I would just clarify, as I said earlier, that in fact, it's my understanding that CBSA did use the Emergencies Act powers to prevent two foreign nationals from entering into Canada. And that was exercised under the powers that were granted to them. And that was, again, a direct link to a gap that had been expressed to me and to my colleagues in cabinet. And by invoking the act, we were addressing a gap and what was necessary in the circumstances.
Okay. And you also said that we got advice from our law enforcement that we met the threshold that advice and the decision to invoke it informed by nonpartisan professionals. Can you agree that no law enforcement ever advised you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met? That never happened, did it?
Well, I'd say two things in response. One, we did receive advice from law enforcement very specifically with regards to the tools that were then invoked as part of the Emergencies Act. In fact, as I mentioned earlier today, in the February 13th email that my chief of staff received from Commissioner Lucky, that there was an express link that she drew between those tools, which were, again, we were getting briefed on consistently, and the language of the use of the Emergencies Act. The second thing that I would say is the Commission has since heard that a number of our nonpartisan, professional, independent public servants, including those who operate in the security and intelligence sphere, did advise that the threshold had been met.
Okay, and just two last questions arising from that. Commissioner Lucky, in an email, and it's already in evidence, told you and told your deputy minister, or your chief of staff actually, that she believed that the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary because they could use the normal laws of Canada to deal with the matter.
My friend's misstating the content of the letter that he's putting to the witness.
Okay. Can you agree that Commissioner Lucky and no law enforcement official, a police officer, advised you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met, meaning that there was reasonable and probable grounds or reasonable grounds of a threat to the security of Canada? No one from law enforcement specifically said that to you, did they?
Well, in the broad context of my portfolio, I would disagree with that. And certainly, as you heard from CSIS, the threshold was met in the broader interpretation of the law.
Okay, next, the Windsor Police Service, please.
Good afternoon. Oh. Hi there. Good afternoon. Heather Patterson for the Windsor Police Service. Our questions have already been canvassed by the City of Windsor, so we have nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Government of Saskatchewan, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Morris. I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. Minister, you've had a long day so far. I don't think you'll be too much longer with me.
That's what you said yesterday. It didn't turn out that
way. Minister, will you agree with me that the RCMP and the Saskatchewan Highway Patrol worked together and worked very well in response to demonstrations in Saskatchewan?
Yes.
And will you agree with me that the federal government was never advised that demonstrations in Saskatchewan could not be dealt with using existing authorities?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Will you agree with me that the federal government was never advised that demonstrations in Saskatchewan could not be dealt with using existing authorities?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay. We've heard quite a bit about a cabinet meeting on February 13th, a first minister's meeting on February 14th. I'd like to ask you about whether there were some other meetings, however, and in particular, whether there was a caucus meeting between the cabinet meeting on February 13th and the invocation of the Emergencies Act on February 14th. Was there a caucus meeting?
Between the cabinet meeting on February 13th and the invocation later on 14th, I believe there was.
And do you know what time that caucus meeting would have occurred?
I want to say in the morning. I don't have the time exactly off the top of my head.
Would it have occurred before or after the first minister's meeting, sir?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you recall whether caucus was advised that the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked that day?
I don't believe that that was the case. I think that caucus was being made aware of the circumstances of the convoy, and certainly there was a lot of public speculation at the time about the potential for the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and there was the call that was scheduled with the First Ministers on that same morning.
Okay. Was there a meeting with leaders of the official opposition or the opposition leaders that day as well?
Yes, to best of my recollection.
Okay. Did you attend that meeting?
I recall attending a meeting with the Prime Minister and other cabinet colleagues that involved the leaders of the opposition parties. I can't recall exactly what time that would have been.
Do you know whether it would have been in the morning or the afternoon?
Again, I think it was in close conjunction to the First Minister's call. I don't have the times at my fingertips.
Okay. Do you recall whether the opposition leaders were advised that the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked that day?
I think there was a signal to the opposition that the government was strongly considering the invocation and was going through the sequence of steps that were necessary in the lead up to that decision, including consultation with First Ministers of the provinces and territories.
Okay. I want to talk just briefly about the numbers at the Ottawa protest, because it's my understanding they fluctuated greatly, from the weekend to during the week. Is that fair, that there were a lot of people there on the weekends, but not necessarily during the weekdays?
Yes, I would say that was fair.
So, this is a bit of an assumption, but perhaps people had other things to do during the week, such as going to work. Would that be your understanding as well?
I think that's a safe assumption, yes.
Okay, so by the time Monday rolls around, then I assume that the numbers have dwindled out significantly in Ottawa, and they don't start to build up again until Friday before the weekend. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. We know the Emergencies Act was invoked on a Monday. It was February 14th. My question is, could an assessment not have been done throughout the week as to whether invocation was necessary, given the numbers would have been limited during the week before the anticipated buildup on the weekend? Put another way, could you have given the police an opportunity to exercise their operational plan before deciding to invoke the Emergencies Act?
I would say a few things in response. One, the assessment of whether or not to invoke the Emergencies Act didn't really take shape until that first incident response group that the Prime Minister convened on February the 10th. And by then, we were approaching 2 weeks into the blockade and the convoy across the country. And one of the realities on the ground, what we were seeing, what we were receiving in the way of information from law enforcement is precisely what you described in your question, which was progress that was not linear, where at times perhaps, there may have been, some travel or trade going through borders, but then at other times blockages. At times, there were maybe only 1,000 or so individuals here in the parliamentary precinct, or even less, but then it would surge on the weekends. And so it was that state of volatility that made it very difficult to not only restore but maintain public safety. And by then, the government, in my view, in my opinion, had already exercised considerable, I think, reflection and restraint in trying to understand why it was that existing law enforcement resources and authorities were not effective at restoring public safety. That was the backdrop to the very focused discussion that we had around the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Thank you. Commissioner, I just have one more question. Am I still under time or over enough that I can ask that one?
You're way over time, but I'll let you ask the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, can you tell us when you found out on the 14th that the Prime Minister had made the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act?
Well, it was after the first minister's meeting, and it was through a series of conversations with staff and officials. So it would have been, and I can't say exactly what time, but it would have been I believe in the afternoon, early afternoon to mid-afternoon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, next is the National Police Federation, please.
Hello, Minister. My name is Nini Jones. I'm counsel to the National Police Federation, which is, as I'm sure you well know, the union for RCMP officers employed under the auspices of your ministry.
Good afternoon.
I want to actually just I want to go back to policing a little bit in a bit more detail and pick up on a theme that you've explored a great deal in your evidence, and that's the sort of barriers to the surge capacity of police in responding to the convoy in various locations. And you know what I mean when I talk about surge capacity, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You agreed with counsel to Mr. Slowly that a recommendation around a protocol for requesting additional police resources was something that would be welcome in terms of that provincial, municipal, federal hierarchy or who to ask first question, right?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about the barriers created, particularly by the Police Services Act in Ontario and swearing in RCMP officers as peace officers so they can function effectively inside Ontario in respect of enforcing the law in various jurisdictions. And that I think is a second barrier. You'd agree with me?
I would agree that was a challenge when it came to deploying. It was seen as creating delay once additional RCMP were deployed to then have them sworn in individually in accordance with the local police of jurisdiction to carry out peace officer responsibilities on the ground. And so the Emergencies Act, again, was directly responsive to a challenge that had been pointed out to us in briefings.
And challenge is probably a better word than barrier, but I think we agree on that. So can I just take you to a bit of what we see as sort of a third barrier or challenge in respect of the issue of surge capacity? And that's the question of not authority, which is sort of that authority to enforce the law, but the jurisdictional problems that are created in Ottawa. And you've talked a lot, both in your witness statement and your evidence today, about this kind of mismatch in jurisdiction in respect of the NCR, the National Capital Region, and the parliamentary precinct.
Well, I think what I highlighted earlier was that provincial police services statutes do clearly spell out how municipal police services can turn to the provincial commissioner to backstop any gaps in resources if they are overwhelmed. And so that part is clearly spelled out.
If I may, you mean the OPP commissioner?
That's correct.
Right.
And so the Ontario Police Services Act is helpful in that regard because it can then be very instructive to the local chief of police to turn to his or her counterpart provincially and say, I need help. And if that is insufficient, I think that's where there is currently a lacuna, there is a gap. And so we worked around that gap with daily dialogue and through a lot of collaboration and coordination so that RCMP could be deployed. I will say, though, it is important to draw a distinction since you represent the membership of the RCMP in the arrangement here in Ontario where there is a Provincial Police Services Act and in other provinces where there are police service agreements where, again, and I've been, I think, pretty specific in my references to the articles in those agreements that have a mapped out protocol of steps where you can deploy resources of the RCMP within the province and where that is insufficient to then pull RCMP officers from other provinces under Article 9.3. And I believe that it could be potentially a roadmap for an ongoing discussion about how municipal, provincial, and federal law enforcement authorities can work together to address potential future public order emergencies.
So just to get a little bit granular on that exact point, thank you for that very helpful answer. In Coutts, for example, or Emerson, or in the Lower Mainland, the RCMP was able to rely on Article 9 powers to draw in additional officers to provide that surge capacity, right?
Yes, and in fact, again, I think it bears emphasizing that that was an authority that was exercised by the office that I occupy. And this is one of the customs by which we have developed the dialogue between elected government and police to respond to extraordinary situations that do require additional resources.
And so again, just to get a little bit more into the details in this, you know there are about 19,000 RCMP officers across the country?
Give or take.
Sure. I mean, no one's looking for precise numbers on that front. We've heard evidence here that there's slightly less than about 1,500 Ottawa Police Service officers.
I believe I recall hearing that evidence, yes.
And we heard evidence from Commissioner Carrique that on any given day, he has about 3,000 uniform officers who are engaged in frontline policing out of his larger total complement.
I recall that.
Okay, so would you agree with me that the RCMP are uniquely positioned in terms of sheer numbers to provide or facilitate providing that surge capacity in public order emergencies like the one that arose in Ottawa during the convoy?
I think by the sheer size of the force that there are many members that can be deployed, and we do that. So I would say yes, that as a result of the size of the RCMP, they are somewhat unique in their capacity to deploy across the country.
Amazing. Thank you so much for, I think I am under time. I can't believe that.
No, you're not. Don't try and pull that. No, but you were close, to be fair. Okay, Government of Canada, please.
Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Brendan Vinienhuis, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon.
Could we go, please, to document COM 50951? I'm showing you a document that's appeared in the Commission database that appears to be a statement from Enterprise Canada regarding comments made by Mr. Miller yesterday and issued on November 21st. Have you seen a copy of this document before?
I don't believe so. This is a statement from Enterprise Canada on comments from today's Emergencies Act hearing. No.
Okay. You'll see that it indicates denial of what are called absurd and despicable accusations relating to that entity and a gentleman named Brian Fox.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what this statement is talking about?
I mean, save and except for the exchange that I had earlier today, no.
Okay. Thank you. Next issue, and you can take that down. From listening to your evidence today, I don't believe it was entirely clear whether you had indicated in your evidence concerning the border officers employed by the CBSA, whether they, in your view, could exercise or could not exercise the powers of peace officers at or around bridges and other ports of entry if there's criminal activity observed there. Do you recall clearly?
I believe that if they were in observation of laws being broken, that they could effect an arrest. But if the arrest involved the criminal code, that they would then call in the police of jurisdiction wherever they were.
Mr. Osowski had given some evidence in more particularity about this issue last week, which was to the effect that such officers had no such authority other than with respect to particular offenses that are noted in Section 163.5 of the Customs Act. Now, to the extent that there is, in fact, any distinction between your understanding and that of Mr. Osowski, would you defer to that of Mr. Osowski?
Yes.
All right, the next issue is arises from the questions that were asked to you by my friend acting for, I think it was the Democracy Fund. And he was asking you some questions pertaining to the science behind vaccines and to the premise that COVID-19 vaccines approved by Health Canada
and many other health regulatory authorities around the world posed a risk to public safety. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
And I took it that his questions, as I heard them, were focused particularly on vaccines developed by Western countries such as the Pfizer, Moderna, and Janssen vaccines for COVID-19?
That's an assumption.
Could we go to ssm.nsc.can 401573? I'm showing you an analytical brief that appears to date to December of 2020 from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's entitled Canadian Vaccination Rollout Implications for Possible IMVE. Yes?
Yes.
If we could go to page 2, please. Do you see that the service in December of 2020 is reporting that adherents of IMVE are using the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to promote disinformation and alternative narratives regarding both the cause of the pandemic and potential societal outcomes? The service assesses that individuals and groups adopt or promote these conspiracies that best suit their personalized worldviews and range of grievances. Is that consistent with the information that CSIS reported to you when you became Minister of Public Safety?
Yes.
And if you look at the bullet points that are listed as key anti-vaccination conspiracy narratives, you see that one of them is threats to liberty and freedom, that mass vaccinations constitute government overreach and pose an increasing threat to individual rights. Vaccination will be mandatory, and the government will establish internment camps for those who do not adhere to government rules. Is that information or information of that nature consistent with what was related to you by the intelligence service under your remit?
Yes.
And another key anti-vaccination narrative is that vaccine development, provision, and access, that vaccines have only been tested on animals. Russian and Chinese vaccines are safer and more effective. You see that?
Yes.
And did you receive information to that effect from the service?
I can't recall whether or not I received this particular
Fair enough.
particular point.
The next key conspiracy narrative is that rejection of the existence of the pandemic and or its severity and the safety of the vaccination, that the vaccine is not needed and causes a multitude of health issues or will contain small microchips placed by the government. Did you receive that kind of information from CSIS? About?
Yes.
Yeah. And lastly, amongst these key narratives is a lack of confidence in government and scientific advice, that governments are corrupt and puppets of big business, that the pandemic was man-made to the financial enrichment of politicians and international corporations. Were you briefed to similar effect by CSIS when you became Public Safety Minister?
Yes.
Could we go now, please, to pb.nsc.can 50527? I'm showing you, sir, a special threat advisory from the RCMP, and this is dated January the 18th of this year. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's a special threat advisory concerning anti-public health order escalation and online violent rhetoric.
Correct.
Would you go down the page to current status? You see under that heading, sir, the second sentence, that the IMCIT has observed an escalation in threatening rhetoric against public officials, including references to assassination, holding Nuremberg trials 2.0, and conducting civilian arrests of those perceived to be involved in imposing public health rules. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at the footnote concerning Nuremberg trials there, it says the Nuremberg trials reference is in relation to a set of research ethics developed after German doctors conducted unethical human experimentation during the Second World War. It's been used by COVID-19 vaccine opponents throughout the pandemic to argue that vaccines violate the Nuremberg Code. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you see that particular idea of Nuremberg Code or Nuremberg trials in relation to the events of the convoy?
Yes.
Did you see that, for example, in the memorandum of understanding that was promulgated by some of the protesters, such as Mr. Bowder?
I have recollection of that.
If you go to the next page, please. Do you see at the third paragraph presently on the page that starts open source information? It has at the end of that paragraph, it says the following is a list of some of the demonstrations that have occurred outside the residences of public officials in recent months. Can you see that?
Yes.
And they include a number of municipal and other chief medical officers or health officials.
I see that.
As well as the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Education, if you go further down the list.
Yes.
Was this information briefed to you by the RCMP or information of this nature ahead of the arrival of the convoy?
Definitely of this nature. And as you heard me say earlier today, there were significant alterations to security posture to public figures that is consistent with the report that you are referring to here as a result of the ideologically extremist rhetoric that was becoming more and is becoming more and more pervasive, and the concern that rhetoric can lead to violence and the threat of serious violence.
Now, I would like to go, if we may, to ssm.can.nsc 402578. And this will be a readout of a briefing from January the 26th of this year. Bless you. If you go to the bottom of the page, of the first page, please, there we go, to the email header. You see there this note at the bottom, it's from Mary Liz Power to Kitty Telford, Jeremy Broadhurst, and others, dated January the 26th?
Yes.
And it is a readout concerning trucker convoy and security concerns, right? Could you go over to the next page, please?
Yes.
All right. You see under key points, this is summarizing or discussing the upcoming at that point, as of January the 25th, the upcoming convoy expected to arrive in Ottawa?
Yes, and I would just emphasize that the key points are all critical infrastructure within and around the parliamentary precinct, besides 24 Sussex, which is obviously very publicly known as the official residence of the Prime Minister.
If you could go down the page, please, to the key points. Do you see that notes at the end of that paragraph, right under the redaction, in the second sentence, that the federal family has already been activated and since last year's insurrection conducted 3 readiness exercises in case a similar event were to occur here? Do you see that?
I do.
Was it a concern by January 25th already to look at the potential for the convoy to develop into something similar to what occurred in January 6th in the United States?
I know that that question did surface in one of the early briefings that we were having with the law enforcement and public safety communities. I know one of my ministerial colleagues raised the concern that that the blockade and the convoy could potentially result in a January 6th type event. And And much of that was connected to the foundation that you've already laid around the increase and the pervasiveness of ideologically extremist rhetoric, many of which included the dog whistles that the examples that you've already provided. So that, I think, is one of the reasons why, at the same time, the RCMP were adjusting security posture for parliamentarians, and why there was enhanced security in the parliamentary precinct.
Could we go to pb.nsc.can 50996, please? And sir, this is another RCMP special threat advisory, this one dating from January the 25th. So that'd be 3 days or so before the convoy was expected to arrive in Ottawa? 3 or 4 days?
January 28th or 29th?
Yes, that's the description of the convoy. If you look to the top right of the page, you'll see the date of the dock.
Yes, sorry, there it is. I see that now. Yes, that's about 3 or 4 days before the arrival.
And if we could just go to the key points, please. The third key point indicates that the IMCIT assesses that there's been an increase in online narratives supportive of the convoy among both ideologically motivated networks as well as in general public discourse, correct?
Yes.
And it notes the significant amount of financial support that's occurring?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to page 2 to the heading convoy participants? And sir, it appears that the RCMP advised in the threat advisory that it's assessed that this convoy will include ideologically motivated individuals with grievances that are anti-government, anti-authority, and conspiratorial in nature. That individuals with racially motivated and ethno-nationalist views may also be attracted to this event, though the purpose of the event is not rooted in these specific grievances. Do you recall being briefed to that effect?
There was definitely discussion about the intelligence around what the potential makeup of the convoy and the blockade would be. And as I discussed earlier in my testimony, those sentiments, anti-government, anti-authority, were definitely they were dynamics that we were alive to in trying to understand not only the objective, which was expressly stated at the outset in the manifesto, but the degree to which the blockade and the occupation would resist law enforcement and become entrenched.
And just one more reference in this document. It says at the end of that paragraph, rhetoric observed online in various networks known for more extreme content have made references to the January 6, 2021 events at the U.S. Capitol when discussing the convoy to Ottawa. Were you aware of those kinds of communications being on the radar of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'd like to go now just to a couple of texts. The first being pb.can 401843. This will be an exchange with Brian Clow. You're familiar with Mr. Clow as the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister?
I am, yes.
And it'll be page 2 once the document's up. And I apologize that we'll need to zoom in to be able to make any sense of this image. If you could scroll down, please. Continue to scroll down to the next image. All right, there we go. Do you see there that you send to Mr. Clow on January 29th? And if you can go down, you can see the text that actually follows the image. It is a text from a gentleman named Randy Hillier, or sorry, a tweet from a gentleman named Randy Hillier. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
And I believe he's complaining that the police have restricted access to Parliament Hill. And he goes on to say, well, sorry, he indicates that the PPS are restricting access to Parliament Hill. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Hillier later arrested on 9 charges, including counseling the commission of indictable offenses and mischief in relation to the convoy events?
I can't speak to the exact nature of the charges, but I do recall he was arrested, yes.
If you could go down, actually, if we can go to pb.can.40's 1847. And on page 1, this is the same item here. Do you see Mr. Hillier here is calling publicly on the PPS to completely open Parliament Hill, or we might have to open it up for ourselves?
Not only do I remember the tweet, I remember some of the reporting around that time, and I was, again, extremely concerned that by sheer size of the crowd, that they would try to impose themselves on the PPS. And if memory serves, there were a couple of what I would describe as brushes with law enforcement on the Hill, where PPS was there on the stairs trying to, I think, urge calm and to hold back from allowing the crowds to walk up towards Center Block. And I think actually this may have been closer to West Block, but the PPS officer was completely overwhelmed. And the concern, the very real concern that I had at the time was that could immediately spill over into serious violence that would jeopardize the safety of everybody involved. And the former parliamentarian in question, Randy Hillier, was, I think, clearly trying to provoke and incite people to follow him up the hill.
Could we just go back for a moment to pb.can.40's 1843, which is the last item we'd looked at with Mr. Clow? And I'm sorry, for the record, this last one was with Ms. Khalil.
Okay.
It'll be down to the 3rd page, please. There we go. You see there, this is on January the 29th, that you pass along to Mr. Clow a tweet from, or a tweet reporting on a statement by former President Donald Trump indicating, we want those Canadian truckers to know that we are with them all the way.
Yes.
Were you aware of that, those kinds of statements from U.S. former and current politicians in support of the convoy?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we, Your Honor, I just have really 2 more questions on a text about Commissioner Lucky, if I may have an indulgence for 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Can we go to pb.can.40's 1842? It'll be page 10. Is this an exchange of text between you and the clerk, Ms. Charette?
Yes.
Could we go to page 10, please? All right. I'm showing you a text from February 16th, and it appears that you indicate below the redaction, speaking with Brenda now. Is that referring to Commissioner Lucky?
Yes.
The most substantive brief on the Ottawa enforcement plan to date, she says she is confident this weekend will not look like the last few weekends, right?
Yes.
Were you encouraged by Commissioner Lucky's briefing after the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I was. There were more details forthcoming once the invocation of the Emergencies Act was invoked around exactly how a number of law enforcement were going to coordinate. There were details around soft tech and hard tech and how it was all going to be sequenced, and that information, I think, was reassuring that we were going to hopefully, with the skills of law enforcement, restore and maintain public safety.
Was it evident to you that she may have been walking a very challenging line in reporting enough to you in cabinet to ensure you were fully informed without providing inappropriate operational detail?
Yes.
And lastly, let me just ask, you had indicated in your evidence you weren't sure if it would have made a difference if you had seen, you couldn't recall, but if you had seen the note in her email that indicated that having been said, I am of the view we have not exhausted all available tools. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Was it possible, in your view, at that point in time, February the 14th, February the 13th, both to recognize that not every imaginable tool had been exhausted, but also recognize that there were insufficient police resources available to use those tools with the protests remaining at that size and number of locations across the country?
I suppose that was possible, but I come back to and stress what I said earlier, which is that the most important conversation that I had that day was the call that I got from the Commissioner Lucky around the situation in Coutts, and the urgency and the degree to which things really hung in the balance at that moment is what shed light on her state of mind, and it certainly informed the opinions and the advice that I shared with the government thereafter.
Thank you, Minister. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Any re-examination?
No, Commissioner, no re-examination.
Mr.
Okay.
Commissioner, it's Bathsheba Vandenberg,
Yes.
co-counsel for Freedom Corp and protesters.
Yes.
There's been an unredacted document shared to the parties by Council for Government of Canada at 4 p.m. Pursuant to your decision earlier today. It's the document ssm.can.407721. We advise that the Commission Council should look at it as it is relevant and material to this witness. In particular, Jody Thomas, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, states in that document that there is no national security threat pursuant to Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
I believe that point was canvassed this morning with the witness, that it was put to him that it had been concluded by CSIS that there was no threat pursuant to Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I guess maybe just have the document put up.
If we can have the doc ID number?
The ID number is ssm.can.407721.
Mr. Commissioner, it's possible because of the timing of the disclosure, it's not available in the party database right now. But the clerk's been emailed a copy.
Yep, so I do have a copy and I'll put it up on the screen shortly.
Okay, let's read this then. Can we scroll down a little bit, please? A little bit more, please. Okay, NES spoke with NSIA, it looks like, and Jody Thomas, but the NSIA is Jody Thomas. Section 2 of the CSIS Act, violence not met. Wonder if we need full 30 days if Ottawa cleared. I suppose the question would be, Minister, were you aware that it had been concluded that Section 2 of the CSIS Act was not met?
Sorry, what is the date of this note?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, look, leaving that aside, yes,
It
I was.
says it's before the speech Monday morning, which is the date that they announced the invocation. That might assist.
Okay. Yes, I was aware that CSIS had concluded that Section 2 under the CSIS Act was not met. I was aware of that fact.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I only have one question, and it's probably already been answered, but I just want to explore it just a bit more. And this is about the it's been called the line between the police and the politicians or the board or whatever. And I try and ask you something more specific. Let us say that there were two protests, one going on in Ottawa and one at the border in Windsor. Would it be appropriate for either you in respect of the RCMP or the Solicitor General in Ontario to advise the superintendent, the commissioner rather, that the government's priority would be Windsor. However, it's totally up to them, obviously, to decide and to deploy resources in accordance with what they're prepared to do. Would that be, and I'll give you a spoiler alert, Minister Blair thought that would be inappropriate. And so, as I think you mentioned, this commission should be looking at that relationship. I want to hear your view.
I appreciate the spoiler alert, given the witness who testified, who has an abundance of police experience under his belt. But I would say this is precisely the type of question that really ought to be explored through the ongoing deliberations of this commission. And I suppose, Your Honor, I would impart a few principles to you as you are trying to think through exactly where to delineate the boundaries. One is, as I said, we don't want elected politicians to go behind the veil and politicize the constituent elements of the traditional administration of justice. So exactly what kinds of investigations are being conducted, who lays charges, whether or not those charges proceed to trial, whether or not there are any sanctions or remedies that flow from that. That is all properly within either the independent discretion of police or the Crown. And I believe that those should be protected as sacrosanct as part of our democracy. On the other hand, police and the elected government do not operate as two solitudes. That there does have to be an ongoing channel of communication around how it is that we support one another in maintaining public safety. And there are some customs that have developed over time in how we strike that balance. One is, as I hope I've been able to demonstrate today, through the authorities that are exercised by the office that I occupy in ensuring accountability, in pressing for questions and obtaining information so that we can be sure that law enforcement have all of the tools that they need and the resources that they need to maintain public safety. And where they don't, to give those things that they don't have to them so that they can restore it and then maintain it. And that is something that I did in the course of the blockades and the occupation in the case of Alberta, where
we've heard that.
Yeah. So then I think that the question then becomes, how far can elected governments go in identifying priorities? And I think it will depend very much on the circumstances. But one, again, I think established threshold that already exists by convention under the police service agreements that we have is that provincial ministers of justice are able to form the opinion of where an emergency exists. And why is that important? Because once that opinion has been formed, then resources can be deployed. I think that is a principle that might be potentially expanded or that could be explored on a national scale. because then there might be a way to stitch together the way law enforcements operate and cooperate at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels. I do think, though, as you consider that question, that you also have to, I think, take an inventory and a landscape of the big gap that exists right now between Provincial Police Services Acts and the Emergencies Act. And the Emergencies Act does afford the elected government a fair bit of scope and latitude. But what we did here was, rather than just divine those tools, we looked to law enforcement to identify where those gaps existed and then use that to fill them in with the regulations under the Emergencies Act to address the situation at hand. It will be very much driven by the particular circumstances of each case. So coming back to your hypothetical, I think it is possible, and it doesn't have to be even in Ontario, but let's assume your hypothetical was in Alberta. It is open to the Minister of, the Solicitor General there, or the Minister of Public Safety in Alberta, to determine which of those two may constitute an emergency or not. And by exercising that discretion, then open the door to granting the requests of assistance to deploy additional resources and to make that decision on the basis of the police, who can then operationalize where to go first based on where the emergency's at. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, but you've dodged my question, which, and if you don't want to answer it, that's fine, given the spoiler alert I gave you. But I am literally very, very interested, obviously, in what you gave me as answer, which is helpful.
Right.
But I am curious about something as clear as that question I asked. And if you really don't have a view, that's fine.
Well, again, I mean, I want to be as responsive as I possibly can be, and we are working with the hypothetical. But I guess the dilemma would be if both events were absolutely identical. Would it be appropriate for the elected government to sort of pick? And I'm inclined to agree with Minister Blair that that's not the kind of choice or dilemma you want. On the other hand, if they're not completely identical and there is a threshold question as to whether or not one poses an emergency as opposed to the other, then I think on the basis of some conventions that already exist under the Police Services Agreement, it may be appropriate for elected government to say, no, there is an emergency here, and that then opens the door to deploying police services. But I think going beyond that, for example, the number of police officers, precisely the type of equipment that is used, all of the other things that I've already outlined to you, elected governments should steer wide clear of that, and for good reason. I think there is a slippery slope there that would be very difficult to escape from if we went down that path.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I have no further questions. I do appreciate you coming to testify and to being patient as we went a little bit over time. So thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
So we're now going to go to our second witness. I probably should take about 5 minutes while we get change the witness and get organized. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes. Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. We have another witness.
Good afternoon, almost evening, Mr. Commissioner. For the commission, our next witness is Minister Dominic LeBlanc.
Minister LeBlanc, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
J'aimerais jurer sur un document religieux, s'il vous plaît.
On a la Bible, le Coran ou le Torah disponible?
La Bible, s'il vous plaît.
Pour les fins de procès verbal, s'il vous plaît, veuillez indiquer et ensuite appeler votre nom.
Please spell out your name completely. Dominic LeBlanc. Dominc. LEB, capital B, LANC. Do you swear that the testimony you will be giving before this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I so swear.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good evening.
Good evening, exactly, almost. Just avant qu'on commence, si vous voulez...
Before we start, you can answer in French if you wish. I might nonetheless ask the questions in English, but you answer in the language of your choice. I will be answering mainly in English, but there might be times when I slip into French. Same thing for me.
We'll just start with a little housekeeping then. You'll recall Minister LeBlanc having sat for an interview with Commission Council on September 9th. And, for the record.
Yes, I do, in Vancouver.
Yes, that's right. And following that interview, we prepared, Commission Council prepared a summary of that interview, and you've reviewed that summary. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you can confirm that it's accurate?
It is.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, just anytime you're nodding or...
Understood. It's better for your record.
Perfect. So for the record, Mr. Clerk, that's WTS 5073. No need to call it up. So, Minister LeBlanc, obviously you are the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and I'll just ask you to start off by describing very briefly what that entails. What is the role of the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, generally speaking?
So I would probably be the Prime Minister's representative, principal representative, in terms of his ongoing relationships with provinces and territories. So it can cover a number of different federal, provincial issues. I would normally be present when the Prime Minister meets other First Ministers. I'm supported by the Privy Council Office, which is the Prime Minister's department. And we would attempt to coordinate across the Government of Canada as best as is possible the federal government's relationship with provinces and territories. Many of the federal legislative measures or policy measures necessarily involve relationships with provinces, so that would be the principal function I would assume for the government.
Okay, and the Commission hasn't called as witnesses anyone from the Intergovernmental Affairs Secretariat. So could you just spend a moment explaining how that works, how you're supported within PCO as opposed to by an external line department?
That's right. So there's a Deputy Minister, Michael Vandergrift, who supports me in the intergovernmental affairs role at Privy Council. He has a small group of people that support him and me as well. And they would have ongoing relationships at the senior officials level with their counterparts in different provinces and territories. And perhaps the unique role of an intergovernmental affairs minister is, I think with the exception of the province of Quebec, many premiers have kept for themselves the role of being intergovernmental affairs minister in their province or territory. So my counterparts in many cases are the premiers, as I say, with the exception of the province of Quebec.
So you're not dealing with another minister, you're dealing with the premier.
Right, in his or her capacity as Intergovernmental Affairs Minister.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Okay, well, as you know, we're here today to talk about the events that led to the emergencies inquiry, and we have about an hour and change to do so. So we'll take it pretty quickly. But to start off, can you give us an overview of what your involvement was, essentially? What role did you play in the federal government's response to the events of late January, early February?
I was invited by the Privy Council office to, I think, what was one of, if not the first meetings. It was originally a sort of an talk or informal briefing of a small group of ministers on the preparations for the arrival of the convoy. It was before the first weekend of the convoy arrival in Ottawa, and Privy Council office decided to bring a small group of ministers together to bring us up to date on the preparations, including relationships with the House of Commons or the Parliamentary Protective Service. I also sit on the Board of Internal Economy of the House of Commons as one of two ministers that has a role in terms of the security of the parliamentary precinct as well, which was obviously the initial target that people identified on that first weekend. And then I was included in most of, if not all of the subsequent meetings of the Security and Safety and Emergencies Committee of Cabinet, and then ultimately it became the Incident Response Group chaired by the Prime Minister. So I was included in most, if not all, of those briefings for ministers. And during that period, I would have ongoing discussions both with my cabinet colleagues that had line responsibilities for a number of these elements, Mr. Mendicino, who you saw earlier today, but the transport minister, for example, some cases the justice minister. So I would talk to my own cabinet colleagues, principally to ensure that they were engaging with their provincial or territorial counterparts as much as was appropriate in the particular context of whatever issue was before the cabinet. And in some cases, I spoke to premiers directly as well.
Okay, so I think you probably answered this question then, but as you mentioned, that initial group of ministers consisted of, I think, public safety, so Mr. Mendicino, Minister Blair, emergency preparedness, Minister Alghabra, transport, and then you as in your capacity as Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, or was your role sort of a within government coordination role, or?
I wouldn't have described it as a sort of coordination within the government more generally, other than perhaps in terms of the relationship between our government and provinces and territories. The Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's National Security and Intelligence Advisor were participating in those meetings. They have sort of horizontally across the government, because of their role at Privy Council office, some of that responsibility with respect to other line departments. But I would often encourage my cabinet colleagues to ensure that they're maintaining active and open conversations with their provincial or territorial counterparts as the circumstances evolved into various parts of the country in the days that followed that initial weekend.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to pull up SSM.CAN 50293? So, Minister LeBlanc, this is a document that summarizes the engagements you had with various provincial counterparts, and you'll see it starts on February 10th. We're not going to go through it right now. We are going to go through it. We'll become very familiar with it by the end of this examination. But at this point, I'm just going to sort of highlight the fact that these engagements really started on February 10th. So the convoy arrives on January 28th, 29th, and your engagement specifically start on the 10th. So the role you were playing, if I understand it, prior to the 10th is essentially facilitating or encouraging these communications between your colleagues and their various counterparts in other provinces.
That's accurate. I would not have been engaged in a very active way with first ministers before that date you see on February 10th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can pull that one down and pull the following one up. SSM.CAN 406594. So Minister LeBlanc, given the short time we have, we're skipping a lot of narrative and going to some pretty specific questions that affect your participation and your role in all of this. So you'll just have to bear with me in that. So this is an email, and just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, that you received from Ralph Goodale on February 6th. And I take it you're familiar and you recall this email?
Oh, absolutely. I had been asked to talk to Mr. Goodale, and I think prepared that email after my conversation with him.
Okay, so that was my first question. How did it come about? So you were asked to speak to him. I think this email is him emailing you.
Following my conversation with him.
Following your conversation with him. Okay, so maybe we'll start with your conversation with him then. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Sure. So Mr. Goodale has been a friend of mine and somebody that I've worked with obviously for a long time. He was a public safety minister himself for the first 4 years of our government. He's from the province of Saskatchewan, which is unique in terms of his parliamentary experience in our government. And he had a very broad perspective. He himself is a lawyer. And it was suggested to me that it might be interesting to see how he, from his current position as Canada's High Commissioner in the United Kingdom, but still very much following domestic events clearly, to see what he's thinking and what are his views on the situation as it was evolving in that week of February 5th and 6th. So I had sent him an email and said, can I speak to you at the end of the day? And set up a phone conversation and had a lengthy conversation with him.
Okay. And is the content of that conversation more or less reflected in the email that we're about to read out, or is there anything that you want to say about it before we do?
No, his email to me, which you see, as I say, followed that telephone conversation, and it largely summarizes what he had said to me in the telephone conversation.
Okay, I can appreciate that it was probably a lengthier conversation than what we see here, but we'll just read the summary in the email. So he's sending this to you and he says, see this tweet from Mayor Tory. The point is clear. Toronto and many other cities handled this municipal policing problem in a professional and competent manner. Granted, the volume of the protest in Ottawa was greater and came without as much warning, but the City of Ottawa and the OPS have proven themselves incapable of grappling with this problem. And it is now the duty of the responsible senior authority, i.e. the Public Safety Minister of Ontario, under provincial policing legislation, I'm emphasizing the shouty capitals, to rectify that problem, including taking control, I think it's taking, not talking, if and as necessary. There should not be an unconstitutional leap to pin this on the feds or the RCMP. Federally, under mutual assistance agreements, we can/should provide resources and personnel as requested, but the authority and responsibility rests with the municipality and the province. To this point, they've failed to deliver safety and security to the inhabitants of Ottawa, and those innocent inhabitants include many parts of the Government of Canada. Scrolling down, please, Mr. Clerk. It remains essential to delve deeply into the true genesis of this demonstration and who is controlling and directing it. Stephanie Carvin, I believe is an academic, suggests that it is the work of organized violent right-wing extremists. It may even have US roots. She could be correct. Our intelligence and national security experts must absolutely get to the bottom of this horrific set of events and prepare for the next one. So Mr. Goodale is expressing a few things in this email, but one thing that comes out clearly is that he views this as he sees a policing problem and views a solution as municipal and provincial with a federal overlay. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would have been that would have reflected my conversation on the phone with him, and it's certainly faithful to, I think, what he expressed in that email.
Okay, and what was your take on that at that point, or your reaction to that conversation?
As I said, I think one of the benefits for me in terms of having that conversation with him was his 4 years of experience as our public safety minister. And I thought he put in a very concise way that I may not have appreciated until that conversation with him, the sort of escalating orders of government that have to respond to these situations. So we had seen, obviously, a pretty significant failure of municipal authorities in Ottawa in those weeks that preceded this. And I thought his insights into the responsibility of different orders of government and not, perhaps because it was the nation's capital, there was a great deal of confusion, certainly in the public conversation, about what's the government of Canada doing about Wellington Street. But after my conversation with him and having read his subsequent email, I thought he put in a rather concise way his view, his opinion as to the roles of different orders of government.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down now. So one thing we spent a lot of time talking about this morning with Minister Mendicino, so we won't spend a ton of time on it this afternoon or evening, but is engagement with Ontario and specifically and Ontario's role in responding to these events. So as I said, the Commission has heard a lot of evidence about Ontario's role over the past 5 weeks and attempts to essentially draw Ontario into the conversation, into tripartite meetings, into being part of the solution. And it seems that, I'll just try and summarize this, Ontario's position at first may have been, as you sort of just articulated, well, this is it's Parliament. It's a federal vaccine mandate and it's happening at Parliament, so this is really a federal problem. Is that a fair characterization, do you think, of what Ontario's initial attitude was?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for the government of Ontario or what Premier Ford or his ministers were thinking. But as I said, in the initial arrival of the convoy in Ottawa, the focus was on the nation's capital. As we know, it quickly spread to other cities and other parts of the country, not just in the province of Ontario. But we did as a national government, and my colleagues, I know the Transport Minister, Mr. Mendicino himself, and senior officials of our government, deputy ministers, were engaging in active and ongoing discussions with their Ontario counterparts as the situation in Ottawa was becoming more entrenched to see if every possible provincial regulatory or legislative authority was being brought to bear to try and resolve ultimately not only Ottawa, of course, but Windsor and other places. So I think our government, and I remember those conversations from the Incident Response Group meetings or the Cabinet Security and Safety Committee, there was an ongoing and active effort, both at the level of ministers but senior officials supporting them, to reach out to provincial jurisdictions where they were seeing some of the sort of sympathy or knock-on effects of the Ottawa occupation to make sure that every available authority was being brought to bear to bring these illegal events to a conclusion.
And I suppose the response that the federal government would have gotten would be varying degrees of success, if we can put it that way.
Yeah, I think that and obviously the inability across the country to use existing provincial and municipal authorities was one of the constant discussions before our government as we led up to the ultimate decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. But I remember from the very beginning an effort to educate ourselves as a government, and Mr. Goodale's email to some extent speaks to that, in terms of the different jurisdictional roles of orders of government. But we quickly understood the importance of collaborating and ensuring that municipal and provincial authorities were very much working with federal agencies that could provide support. And there are a number of federal agencies that were working with their counterparts, of course, but to really use every available remedy to bring these very damaging illegal occupations or blockades to an end.
Okay. And we know that on February 10th, you had a call with Premier Ford. Can you tell us about that call, how it came about? And before you even start, I'll pull up the document for your benefit. There's a readout of it at ssm.nsc.can 50256. So just situating in time, this would be the Ambassador Bridge blockade is in full swing. February 10th is the date of the first IRG, so we're fairly advanced in the events of the time period we're looking at. And scroll down, is that the right document? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Readout of Minister LeBlanc's call with Doug Ford tonight. Okay, so what can you tell us about the call that you had with Premier Ford?
So it was on the evening of February 10th. I remember, as you said, it was following that incident response group meeting. I left Ottawa to fly home to Moncton, New Brunswick, and I had been asked to talk to Premier Ford specifically around what we thought were some authorities the province had in the transportation sector around trucking licenses, permits, insurance certificates. I'm certainly not an expert on the precise regulatory authorities around provincial transportation sectors, but there was a belief that the province of Ontario may have a series of instruments or authorities that perhaps hadn't been brought to bear, whether it was in Windsor or in Ottawa. So it was suggested that I could perhaps reach out to Premier Ford. I have a very constructive and cordial relationship with the Premier of Ontario. I texted him to say I was leaving for New Brunswick and would like to chat to him that evening if possible, and would be at home in 2 hours in Moncton. And he told me to call him when I landed, and I remember being at home. It was about 10:30 or 11 in the evening in New Brunswick. He was still at his office at Queen's Park in Toronto. I said I was calling him to talk about what we thought were some additional authorities that the government of Ontario may have that could be brought to bear with the circumstance in Windsor and obviously in Ottawa. And he immediately went to the process that his government was going through, which ultimately led to their declaration of an emergency order the following day. So the conversation quickly evolved into what Premier Ford was planning to do the following day. And frankly, it went well beyond what we were hoping in terms of some trucking or transportation regulatory authorities. He was very much focused on the economic damage to the province of Ontario and to the country. He talked to me about conversations he'd had with the governor of Michigan, the chief executives of some of the big auto companies, representatives of some of the big unions. He was extremely focused on the severe economic damage to Ontario and to the country. He was focused on the reputational damage that this means in terms of foreign investment into our country. And he was very focused on the public safety concerns and the threats of real violence that people were still continuing to advance in Ottawa and in Windsor. So the conversation, he was quite candid with me about his desire to have the Ontario Provincial Police take a greater role in the Windsor context and also in Ottawa. He talked about his frustration that the situation in Ottawa had not been resolved, and his government was very involved and committed to stepping up, including with the Government of Canada, to do what we needed to bring this to a conclusion across the province of Ontario. And I offered, obviously, as had my cabinet colleagues, to provide any federal resources, policing resources, regulatory authorities that the Government of Canada may have to support the plan that he outlined to me in that conversation. And the next day he had a news conference which laid out most of what he told me on that evening conversation.
Okay. Just before we leave the readout, Mr. Clerk, can you scroll down a little bit? There's just one thing I want to ask you about. Minister LeBlanc informed Premier Ford that the Americans will make it clear that anyone convicted will be barred from entering the United States. Can you tell us what that was about and what did or did not happen with that?
So in terms of what happened afterwards, I probably wouldn't have precise information, but whether it was the Canadian Border Services Agency or the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, who had been having conversations with her counterparts in the White House, Jody Thomas had been briefing the incident response group and a number of ministers around the real concerns the Americans had. I know my colleague, the Transport Minister, who I think you'll see tomorrow, had spoken to his counterpart, the Secretary of Transportation in the United States. So in those meetings, the Americans, we were told by our colleagues or senior officials who had conversations with senior American authorities, including, as I say, our Transport Minister who spoke to his American counterpart, that they were prepared to do whatever they could to support our efforts to bring this illegal activity, these border blockades, to an end. And my understanding, and if I said that to the Premier, it's because somebody would have told us that the American authorities were prepared to help us if there were convictions of some of these truck drivers, for example. They would look at what authorities they had in the United States to bar them from entering the United States.
Okay, and Minister, just taking you back, the Minister Algabra's counterpart would be Secretary Buttigieg?
Exactly.
Okay, and we'll hear about that tomorrow, I think. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down and pull up ssm.nsc.can 402947. So, Minister, this is, as it's being pulled up, I think shortly after that call, you reported on it to the PMO. And so this is your text where you're conveying the Premier Ford's position, and spoke to Ford. He's going gangbusters on truckers tomorrow, using emergency order, fines, seizing trucks, arrests, suspension of licenses. He's hot to hammer them at a presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. He will introduce legislation to make sure this can't happen again, and wants us to work on plan together to secure border/critical infrastructure going forward. He will then do a presser on Monday to diminish public health measures, but tomorrow is hard on enforcing against blockades. Response comes excellent. So is it fair to say that at this point, whatever happened leading up to this, Premier Ford and the federal government are aligned on an approach?
Oh, very much so. And that, I think, probably was a message I would have sent to the Prime Minister's office following that conversation that evening on the 10th of February. And it's certainly faithful to my recollection of that conversation. What I would do is, as I would talk to or exchange messages with the premiers, I would often ensure that Michael Vandergrift, the senior official at Privy Council office, had a readout of the substance of those calls that he could then circulate as well. But that would have been a message I would have sent to the Prime Minister's office. And I certainly agree with your characterization. That evening, I finished the conversation with Premier Ford very reassured that the governments were going to work together to bring this to a conclusion, not just in Windsor, but obviously in Ottawa. And I would think the 10 or 12 days that followed were a proof point that that was the case.
So both of you are going gangbusters?
Hot to hammer at a presser. I think the context was very much a frustration that what we had seen in Ottawa was now dragging into the third weekend. The border blockages, as I said, at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, were having huge economic and reputational damage to our country. And there was an enormous sense of frustration, I think, in both governments, that we needed to bring these illegal blockades and occupations to a safe and proper conclusion. And the 2 weeks prior to this conversation weren't giving any of us a great deal of assurance that that was the outcome that we were going to quickly achieve.
Fair enough. I was defining going gangbusters as being committed to finding a solution.
And that was absolutely the case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you can you pull up ssm.can 50293? So we'll leave Ontario now and move to Alberta. So the next on the list here, February 11th, Premier Kenney communicated with Minister LeBlanc to express concerns that the provinces have been left with the enforcement challenge and that there has been no response to the request for the CAF, that's the Canadian Armed Forces, to help with tow trucks. And in our interview, you clarified that that message was conveyed by text. And Mr. Clerk, now if you can pull up pb.can 401868. Not particularly legible, but Minister LeBlanc, maybe you can confirm that this is the text exchange to which you were referring. Scroll down one page, please, Mr. Clerk. There we go. So this one reads, This is from you it's a chat with Minister Alghabra and Minister Mendicino. And so you're reporting, I got these two messages from Jason Kenney last night. Your guy has really screwed the pooch. This technical term, this trucker vax policy is obviously just dumb political theater. Calling them all Nazis hasn't exactly helped. And now the provinces are holding the bag on enforcement. I can't get any heavy equipment from private vendors to move these freaking trucks off the border because the crazies are making death threats. And you guys turned down our request for army equipment to help us. Because apparently the government of, scroll down please, Canada doesn't really care about the international border being closed. Pensive emoji. But don't worry, the RCMP commander in Alberta just told me proudly that he's secured some psychologists to do a profile assessment on the protesters. I said, that's great news, Deputy Commissioner. Do any of them know how to drive a tow truck? Jay. To which Minister Alghabra replies, speaking of bonkers, and you reply, totally. So is that the text exchange that's reported in the summary of engagements?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we're just going to pick apart and understand if this is the second time this text has arisen today. So I just want to pick apart a few statements made there. First of all, when he says your guy has really screwed the pooch, is he referring to the Prime Minister or who's that a reference to?
I didn't ask him. I didn't reply and ask him exactly which guy he was referring to. So I don't think I could speak for Premier Kenney when he sent that message.
Okay. What was your reaction broadly to these texts?
I had developed as a member of Parliament a cordial and rather amicable relationship with Premier Kenney. We had kept in touch on a whole range of issues, so we had a sort of an ongoing conversation on a whole bunch of issues. When I was in Alberta, I would see him from time to time. I knew, and I think we saw Mr. Mendicino talk about that today, that the government of Alberta had considerable concerns around the ability to get tow trucks with respect to the blockage at the border crossing in Coutts, Alberta. And I knew, again, from probably Bill Blair or Marco at incident response group meetings that the government of Alberta was seeking potentially some military assets to help heavy military tow trucks to move some of these trucks from the border blockage in Coutts. So this text message was the Premier emphatically expressing his frustration, which I think he had shared with other colleagues, including Marco Mendicino.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down and pull up ssm.can 50293 again. Okay, so we've been now through Ontario and we've been with Alberta, and the remainder of this document, Minister, reports on various other engagements you had with provincial premiers all around the time February 12th through 15th. So it's February 12th onwards. And with the assistance, feel free to keep it up. Can you tell us about the various conversations you were having and what you were hearing?
Sure. So you'll see, I think it was the Saturday, February 12th. That was the weekend we were having, I think, daily, almost daily incident response group meetings that the Prime Minister was chairing, in which I was participating. The situation from our perspective was becoming more and more alarming. There were a lot of public discussions of potential pop-up blockades or demonstrations. And I'm going by memory, but a number of provincial legislatures saw demonstrations. There were some in Toronto, some in Quebec City, a number of provincial capitals. There was public discussion of a number of potential border crossings being targeted as well. There was some discussion about a border crossing in Woodstock, New Brunswick with the state of Maine in my home province. There were concerns around the Pacific Gateway border crossing in British Columbia. I know one of the discussions, again, that was reported in the media, or certainly in social media, was a potential sort of sympathy protest at the ferry terminal in North Sydney, which is the main supply route for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, for the island of Newfoundland. So on that Saturday, I wanted to reach out principally to a group of premiers in Atlantic Canada and Premier Horgan in British Columbia, who were seeing some of this activity in sympathy to the occupation that was taking place in Ottawa. I wanted to offer those premiers again, as they knew from their conversations between their senior officials, but I wanted them to hear from me that the Government of Canada was absolutely ready, in as much as we could, to provide any support that they thought would be useful. The RCMP in many of those provinces are also the contract police authority, and some of the premiers had said to me that they were receiving updates from the divisional commanders of the RCMP in their capacity as the contract police of jurisdiction in those provinces. I remember Premier Fury telling me of his real concern around a potential blockage at the ferry terminal in North Sydney. He's a doctor by profession and told me that on that ferry, many medical supplies, drugs, medical equipment is essentially transmitted to Port aux Basques in Newfoundland and then distributed around the province. And if ever there was a blockage of access to that ferry terminal, it's much more than fresh fruits and vegetables in grocery stores in Newfoundland, but it represented a real threat to public safety and security in his province. So I wanted them to know that we were monitoring those situations. We were receiving updates from senior federal officials in the law enforcement community, in the intelligence community, and that if they had any concerns, they could reach out to me. That was the nature of those conversations. And on the Sunday, on February 13th, Premier Horgan, I'm assuming if it was, I would have sent those messages and followed up on the Saturday, the 12th, but if it shows up on the 13th, it's because Premier Horgan probably replied to me on the Sunday, the 13th, to talk to me about some of the concerns we were seeing in the media around the Pacific Gateway border crossing.
Okay, and in any of those conversations, did the notion of invoking emergency legislation come up, either provincial or federal?
No, not in those conversations. It was the conversation with Premier Ford on the 10th where he spoke about the provincial emergency orders, but in those subsequent conversations on that weekend, no, I did not discuss with them the issue of a Federal Emergencies Act invocation.
Okay, and we know that Premier Ford did, in fact, invoke Ontario's emergency legislation on February 11th. Let me see. So you mentioned that Premier Fury was expressing a concern about, and if I can put it this way, there was no identified sort of threat to the supply chain, but he was concerned that that what was happening might spread and affect the supply chain in Newfoundland. Is that right?
That's right, and it was discussed in the public space. If it was Atlantic media, the Nova Scotia media is what, in many cases, is followed in the neighboring province of New Brunswick. So I was seeing in public discussions the risk or the threat or the discussion of potential attempts to block access to the North Sydney ferry terminal, the Marine Atlantic Ferry. And it reminded me of the vulnerability of 500,000 Canadians on the island of Newfoundland and Labrador in terms of what is their main supply route for things as important as medicines, medical equipment, and so on. And that was the concern the Premier had expressed to me, and sort of saying that he wanted to be reassured that the Government of Canada was ready, should that materialize, to do everything we had to do to ensure that his province wouldn't be held hostage in some kind of circumstance there.
And you told him that the federal government would do whatever it could, or do what it could?
Of course, and my conversations with his Atlantic First Minister's counterparts was exactly in that sense. I remember Premier Higgs, as I said, there's a border crossing that was the subject of some discussion in Woodstock, New Brunswick. There were protests, I think, in the city, I'm going by memory, in Halifax. And of course, Premier King, that Confederation Bridge to Prince Edward Island is obviously a critical supply route for that province as well. That's not far from where I live, that bridge. It's a 2-lane bridge, and it wouldn't theoretically take much to create a lot of confusion in accessing that bridge. So there was a heightened concern that I was hearing, both publicly, but from first ministers, from premiers, about what, I think they were seeing what was happening in Windsor, principally, but other points as well, and they were sharing their concerns with us.
Whereas Premier Horgan in BC, if you'll see the middle sort of bullet there, February 13th, he sort of seems to be conveying that from his perspective, things are pretty under control in BC. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So again, we're going to skip pretty quickly in the narrative here, given time constraints. But so those consultations, most of the ones we've discussed, were the weekend of February 12th and 13th. We know now essentially the chronology of what happened on February 13th. So the IRG meeting in the afternoon, leading to a cabinet meeting in the evening. And the outcome of that cabinet meeting has been described to us by the clerk as the decision was to call a First Minister's meeting to discuss the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act. Is that fair?
Yes, that cabinet meeting, both at the IRG Incident Response Group meeting the Prime Minister chaired earlier in that day on the 13th, and the cabinet meeting, which was quite late in that Sunday evening, the Prime Minister made it very clear to ministers that he had not come to a decision. He was very clear that he had not come to a conclusion around invoking the Emergencies Act, that he was going to hear from premiers the following day. But the discussion was amongst ministers in terms of what are the steps that are necessary to bring these illegal occupations and blockades to an end, and to restore some sense of public confidence, because even if particular activities or blockades were perhaps being resolved, Ottawa certainly wasn't. But there was a concern, as I said, about a spreading effect or what would be the knock-on effect. So he listened to ministers. We were briefed by the senior officials responsible for a number of federal law enforcement agencies, the National Security Advisor, for example, the Commissioner of the RCMP, the Canadian Border Services. Some of the officials I'm sure you've interviewed would have described to ministers their sense of the evolving situation. And then the Prime Minister would have heard from ministers in terms of their views on what was necessary to resolve this.
Okay, and well, you'll be glad to know that given your role as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, I'm going to be focusing on that as opposed to going through all of the inputs that were received before Cabinet that night. So, Mr. Clerk, can you then pull up, please, MAN 6048. So, Minister LeBlanc, we understand the cabinet meeting took place around 8:30 the night of the 13th. And the document we're about to pull up is the email invitation that was sent about the First Minister's meeting. And I think it was sent, we see the timestamp, it works out to 10:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You have to do the conversion for time there. And sorry, scroll down a little bit, please, Mr. Clerk. It says, colleagues, the Prime Minister will convene an urgent First Minister's call. The call will take place on February 14th at 10:15. Dial-in info to follow. Please confirm your Premier's availability. I apologize for the short notice. Michael being Michael Vandegrift, the Deputy Secretary of Deputy Minister, of Intergovernmental Affairs.
That's right. And I remember discussing with him that evening after it. He sent that after the cabinet meeting had concluded at 10:30 or 10:45 that evening.
Okay. What's sort of conspicuous by its absence in that email is any mention of the Emergencies Act, any mention of why the First Minister's meeting is being convened. Can you tell us why that would be?
So we obviously had a significant concern about potential leaks in the public domain about the subject of that First Minister's meeting. I had no doubt that had we said we're convening this First Minister's conversation on the Emergencies Act. Everybody on their morning radio shows would have heard that the Prime Minister has a meeting with the premiers to discuss the Emergencies Act. And we've heard from law enforcement officials in our own government, and I've taken note of a number of witnesses before your commission, about the potential of an incendiary reaction to the invocation. So we thought that it would have been irresponsible to risk that going out into the public space before had an opportunity, absent from everybody's early morning radio shows, to talk to the Prime Minister about that issue. So there were two reasons probably why Mr. Vandergrift didn't put a subject line. One was to minimize the inevitable leak to media or in the public space. We had a lot of experience with First Minister's meetings in the COVID context, and very rarely were those discussions not in some extent reflected in public comments. So that was a concern. But also I think there was a desire from the Privy Council office to, as much as was possible, to allow First Ministers to have that conversation with the Prime Minister at 10:15 on the 14th, absent, as I said, the public discourse that would have inevitably followed about should we, will we, did the government decide. That, as much as possible, would have been counterproductive to an open and frank discussion amongst First Ministers.
And one thing Madame Drouin said about on this point when she testified on Friday was, her words, I believe, were they knew that from the moment the government starts talking publicly about invoking the Emergencies Act, the timeline to take a decision is very short. So does that reflect what you're discussing right now? It was kept quiet because once it's out there, who knows what happens?
That was very much a concern the government had. She reflected, I think, what was a concern of some of the advice we were getting from senior officials in the law enforcement and intelligence apparatus of the Government of Canada. But we've seen subsequently premiers who had expressed in that meeting concerns around the public effect of a discussion of a potential invocation. So the shortest period of time between the public discussion around should the government or will the government proceed to an invocation of the Emergencies Act, the shorter period of time would perhaps be conducive with the public safety imperative of making that decision in a way that was responsible.
Well, I think in the end it clocked in as under 24 hours, so that was mission accomplished.
Yeah, and obviously some people would have said that we should have had an open and extensive public conversation around these issues in the particular context of the illegal activities that were taking place and the real threat to the safety of Canadians. We as a government concluded that a prolonged and public conversation of this would not be conducive to a safe and efficient and effective ending of these illegal blockades and occupations.
Understood. And because you mentioned it, the various First Ministers' conversations or calls rather that were had around COVID back in, I think probably March 2020 around then, is something that's arisen sort of tangentially in passing a couple of times in testimony before the commission, but so I'll just ask you to also address it tangentially in passing. But can you tell us a little bit about how those meetings were convened and how they proceeded and what they were about? Because obviously we know that those meetings touched in part on whether emergency legislation would be appropriate in that context.
So obviously in the context of the pandemic, federal provincial cooperation on public health measures, on things as important as vaccine procurements, vaccine distributions, border measures. The Government of Canada has responsibility, obviously, for international borders. So there was a very effective, I would argue, and extensive federal-provincial collaboration around the fight against COVID. That was one of, I think, our country's successes in terms of managing our federation. That required, in some cases, weekly or bi-weekly calls. The Prime Minister would convene with First Ministers. I would participate in most, if not all, of those calls, usually as an observer. But the Prime Minister wanted to coordinate as much as possible the various public health measures. Dr. Tan would provide updates. So that was an ongoing discussion. At one point, there was a discussion, I don't remember, but I think it was in 2020, in the first months potentially of the pandemic, around could the Emergencies Act be an instrument that would be helpful in our collective fight against COVID. And I think my colleague David Lametti consulted some of his provincial and territorial counterparts, or not some of, consulted provincial and territorial counterparts. There was a process, and the government concluded that at that moment, there was never a conclusion that we would never or could never perhaps have recourse to the Emergencies Act around the COVID measures. But certainly we concluded, having had that conversation with premiers and public health experts, that it wouldn't have been a particularly advisable tool at that particular moment.
Okay.
But that was not an active part of the First Minister's conversations around the COVID measures. It probably came up once or twice, but to say it was a source of significant discussion at the First Minister's level, I think might not be an accurate representation, but it certainly had come up.
Okay, that's perfect. And certainly before this First Minister's call, the idea of invoking the Emergencies Act in the context of the Freedom Convoy had not come up in conversations with any premiers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's accurate.
How am I doing for time? I completely neglected to write down when I started.
You have lots of time left. You have about, I think about 20, 30 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. So then I want to take you, Minister, to the chronology of February 14th. And I'll ask Mr. Clerk to pull up now OPS 301456. No, sorry, 14566. So this is just a little chronological point that we'd like to clear up, because if you scroll down here, and just to let you know what these are, I think they're probably scribe notes of a police meeting. So I think the participants were Commissioner Lucky, Commissioner Carrick, and Chief Slowly, if I'm not mistaken. Scroll down a little, oh, actually you've got it. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So if you see the last bullet point there, this is a meeting that takes place at 10 o'clock in the morning on February 14th. And you'll see what's recorded about what Commissioner Lucky says is Lucky did not get Prime Minister briefed on the plan. The plan here being the Ottawa police plan to resolve the situation in Ottawa. And then Prime Minister will be enacting the Emergency Measures Act. So if I take your evidence and some other evidence we've heard so far, that had not been decided at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 14th? That the Prime Minister would invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, it had not been decided at all. I don't know why the Commissioner would have said that. The Prime Minister began the meeting with the premiers at 15 minutes after she said that by saying he had not come to a decision whatsoever. The clerk had not moved the decision memo to him. So that is not an accurate representation whatsoever. From my perspective of when the government made the decision.
Okay, and to be fair, these are notes of a meeting, so it's not necessarily what Commissioner Lucky said, but it's what's written down about what she said.
Right, and I'm seeing this for the first time here. But
okay, so but in any event, that does not accord with your recollection of the chronology.
No, that does not reflect at all my understanding and my personal involvement with those decisions on that day on the 14th.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. And can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 50625? This is the readout, Minister LeBlanc, of the First Minister's meeting itself. So with the assistance of this, I'd like you to just walk us through it. How did that meeting unfold? How did it take place? Obviously not every detail, but what were the various opinions being conveyed, being expressed, and how were they received?
So I obviously have familiarized myself with this summary of that conversation, and I participated, of course, in that meeting. I made a brief intervention at the front end of that conversation. The Prime Minister began by stressing that he had not come to a decision on whether we should invoke the Federal Emergencies Act. He spoke at length in terms of these measures would not supplant existing provincial authorities. I think later in the conversation there was some discussion about whether command structures of provincial police authorities would change. The Prime Minister wanted to, at the front end of the meeting, make it very clear that these were designed to be complementary measures that provincial and municipal law enforcement authorities could use when they thought they were needed. He was very clear that it should be a proportionate series of measures, proportionate to the real public order emergency that the government was seeing, to the threat to the safety and security of Canadians. And he also made it clear to the premiers at the front end that nothing in the invocation of the Emergencies Act would take away the charter protections that Canadians enjoyed, and that this could be done in a way that was compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you scroll down to the next page, please? We're just going to go through a few of the views that appear to have been expressed by various participants on the call. So Premier Horgan sees he says the approach sounds measured and practical. We're as susceptible as anyone across the country. But then he says, only concern is that these measures would be implemented by the RCMP, which are already fully taxed, and then concern about emboldening those losing public support. People are exhausted, but have taken 3 shots, worry that too heavy a hand may embolden others. But then he says, in the end, would support this at this stage. So can you explain to us, in your words, essentially, what Premier Horgan was conveying to you at the meeting?
So my recollection of his intervention, the Prime Minister started on the West Coast and went across the country. Sometimes he started in Newfoundland and Labrador. This time he started in British Columbia. And Premier Horgan reflected or offered a concern that was shared by a number of premiers during that conversation around the potential risk of inflaming or emboldening some of the actors that were already entrenched at various blockades or in the city of Ottawa. He talked about the importance of the proportionality of it, that the measures have to be targeted to the specific threat, but the measures would need to be tailored to bring it to a successful and safe conclusion as quickly as possible. A number of premiers, I think Premier Horgan, it's not reflected in these notes, but a number of premiers expressed their concern for what they saw was happening in the city of Ottawa. That clearly was a source of a lot of national attention. But Premier Horgan, we took Premier Horgan's support to be very important because his province had not been immune from some activity, including some threats to the Pacific border crossing with Washington State.
Scrolling down a little bit more, Mr. Clerk, until we get to Premier Cochrane says at the very last bullet there, would support emergency measures, but would ask for further consultation if decide to bring in the Army. Where does that reference to bringing in the Army come from? Is that something that was discussed actively at the meeting?
No, it wasn't discussed by my recollection until she raised it. One of the confusions that I worried about, and it's reflected in the interview summaries of our conversation in Vancouver, because this was the first time the Emergencies Act was potentially going to be invoked, many people went back to the 1970s context where the legislation had a different name, and some of the enforcement was not done by civilian police officers, or some of the physical security presence, I think is a better way to say it, was not only done by civilian police officers. So Premier Cochrane raised it, and the Prime Minister, I think later on in the meeting, made it very clear that having military personnel deployed in an enforcement or security context on the streets in Canada was an absolute last resort, and it was not being contemplated whatsoever in any of the conversations we had in terms of what might be the measures in a potential declaration. So he very quickly, I think, tried to clear up Premier Cochrane's misunderstanding about the role of the military. It was not being considered, and it wasn't a context that the government was looking at.
Okay. And since you raised it, actually, let me ask you this. The misperception of between the Emergencies Act and its predecessor, the War Measures Act, is that something you were picking up a lot over these 3 weeks, over the events of the convoy?
I think so, because this was a unique moment heretofore in Canada where the successor legislation was potentially going to be invoked for a public order emergency. The criteria were different. The protection of the Charter, of course, wasn't present in 1970. So the juridical and constitutional context was different. That's why a previous Parliament passed the Emergencies Act some, I guess, 4 decades ago. But yeah, we worried about that public misunderstanding. Il n'y a pas de doute qu'au Québec, et les commentaires du...
There is no doubt that in Quebec, the comments made by Premier Legault during his interventions letter in the notes you have was, and I think that's my impression, and I did share this with Minister Lebel of Quebec, after the discussion with premiers, that this was definitely not the same context, that there was no federal authority that would supersede a municipal or provincial authority, especially concerning police forces. There was still some confusion, I would say deep confusion, concerning the application of the Act. And I felt that it was important to reassure the Premier of Quebec. But the other premiers... Well, let's go there and see and check for ourselves. This is on page.
Where Mr. Legault's statements are made. Page 6, please. So Premier Legault here says, this is in English, but so translated, I imagine, but in Quebec, we are preoccupied by the situation in Ottawa. It is unacceptable, have to do what needs to be done, support for it 100%. What is important to say is that we don't have this type of problem in Quebec. The SQ, that's the Sécurité du Québec, has been able to control the situation so far. We have to be very cautious about moves to inflame. We don't want the Emergencies Act to apply in Quebec. The Emergencies Act must only apply to provinces in agreement with the application of the Act. We don't need it and we don't want it. So are those the remarks that you were referring to?
Ça, c'est fidèle aux commentaires que je me rappelle.
That was in keeping with the comments that I remember Premier Legault making back then. During those discussions, I believe that the Prime Minister reassured Premier Legault, and I did the same thing with his Minister of Relations with Canada, Madame Lebel, after the meeting with premiers, that a potential proclamation would not supersede the existing authorities in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, and that the RCMP would not assume police duties in Quebec that didn't exist before the proclamation. In my case, I also discussed with Madame Lebel after our meeting about the situation in Gatineau. And in the end, I think the Gatineau police force and the Quebec police force did help on the basis of the pre-existing agreement between provinces to share resources in case of need. the Premier talked about the Lacolle international border and the possibility of discussions, that the fact that there were possibly discussions about a blockade there. By the way, we were in agreement with Premier Legault that the situation in Quebec, be it in Quebec City or in Montreal, was well under control by the provincial and municipal authorities. They didn't have to deal with the difficult situation that was now firmly in place in Ottawa. This was intended to reassure the Premier of Quebec that we were not about to interfere in their provincial jurisdiction, but rather that we wanted to offer them other tools if they were needed. We also explained that the economic measures that were one of the key reasons, I think, in the decision to invoke the Emergency Measures Act, because without that, the financial measures wouldn't have been possible, that Quebec could find itself in a situation where police forces could identify a bank account or some other financial transaction in the province of Quebec that might have to be frozen or investigated. So it was mostly the economic aspects that could have happened in the province of Quebec, but that was hypothetical at that point. The fact is, I shared this with Madame LeBlanc to try to help everybody understand a totally new situation that we were facing across all levels of government. In fact, that is my next question, because the opinion expressed here by Premier Legault was equally expressed by others, if I may say so.
Why in our province? You may be having a problem in Ottawa, you may be having a problem in Ambassador Bridge, but we're not having a problem in, say, Saskatchewan or Manitoba. That was a view expressed by several provinces. And so was any serious thought given to an approach to the Emergencies Act that would be targeted in the sense of where the measures would apply?
Sure, the government considered one option under the Act, and I don't have a complete juridical sense of the different interoperability of different sections of the Emergencies Act, but there is a possibility to invoke it in a geographically specific context. That was determined not to be the appropriate course of action, I think, for two reasons. First of all, the concern about the financial measures, which we believed and which law enforcement, senior officials of the finance department believed might be one of the most effective ways to bring this illegal occupation and these blockades to an end, is to choke off the very real supply of money that they were generating in ways that hadn't been contemplated, perhaps, when some of this legislation was drafted. So that instrument was seen as one of the effective, and it, in my view, turned out to be quite effective in dissuading other protest activities and bringing to a conclusion, particularly the context in Ottawa. So there was the requirement for a national application of the Act to ensure that those economic and financial measures, if you're a trucker from New Brunswick that's parked on Wellington Street and your bank account is at La Caisse Populaire Unie in Caraquette, New Brunswick, you shouldn't be able to evade the financial measures that were necessary, in our view, to bring this to a conclusion. And the other very compelling reason from our perspective to have a national application was because the situation was very dynamic and it was very fluid. And it wasn't clear that if the Ambassador Bridge had been and was in the process of being cleared, it wasn't clear that these people wouldn't come back. It wasn't clear that they wouldn't show up in another jurisdiction. There were still threats identified in other provinces. So we thought that the national application, in the event that there was a sympathy or pop-up blockade that was illegal, it would give the law enforcement authorities in those jurisdictions those instruments. But it also had a dissuasive effect. It would have allowed enforcement authorities to designate critical infrastructure to prevent people from bringing children into an illegal protest or illegal occupation. So we think that it had a dissuasive effect in terms of spreading the